3, 2, 1.
Recognizing a quorum of commissioners is present, both in person and remote. I call the February 9th, 2023 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy Stebbins, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We'll start with opening comments from commissioners, approval of 2 sets of minutes, and a report from the executive director. I anticipate taking a brief break once his report is finished. Then we'll proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 2 change of ownership application recommendations, 19 provisional license recommendations, 10 final license recommendations, 52 license renewal recommendations. For the latter portion of today's meeting, there are 3 items in the commission discussion and vote section, which are the expiring COVID-19 orders that we've extended through today. I will ask commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting to raise their hand to be recognized, and we'll mix things up. Commissioner Stebbins, catching you off guard, if you would like to make an opening statement.
Absolutely.
I did catch you off guard.
You did catch me off guard. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
I should have teed you up at first. Sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, great to see everybody as we kick off our February meeting and celebrating Black History Month. A special thanks to our team for obviously, again, helping us prep for today's meeting, especially our renewals team. Annie, Sarah, Amanda, and Director Potvin, appreciated the time I got to spend with them this week. Couple of events, quick stops I want to bring to your attention. Commissioner Camargo and I had the chance to speak at the annual MMA conference. We had a chance to speak with local officials about the changes in the law, host community agreements, our social equity programs, some other developments. Great group. We were a breakout session, which was nice. Great group of officials from Holyoke, Fitchburg, Northampton, Athol, Pittsfield, among others. And Matt Giancola and I had a great chance to follow up with the mayor of Northampton after that meeting. Secondly, I had a great visit to the Heritage Club dispensary, which is in the Lost Village neighborhood of Boston. Near Sullivan, it's near Sullivan Square. It's kind of on the west side of 93. It feels a little cut off from Charlestown, but it's called the Lost Village. I wasn't aware of that. But I had a great visit and tour there with the owner, Nikkei John, and Lori Lucian from our advisory board was also on hand. Finally, Commissioner Roy, our executive director, and Matt Giancola and I attended a dialogue with State Senator Fatman, and I'd say about 10 licensees, give or take, from across his district. Great discussion about the pending changes to host community regs, questions about testing. A few licensees also asked us about the regs on the books to provide the leadership awards in 4 critical categories. So I was encouraged by their interest in that program as well. Also working with the team to schedule some visits to dispensaries and cultivation facilities out in the Berkshires in the coming weeks. So that's an update. Thank you.
Commissioner Roy. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I want to start the morning by thanking our staff at the Commission for all their work, with a special shout out to Freya Brocklehurst, our senior IT support specialist. Freya came to my rescue not once, but twice this month. She is an unsung hero and always there to lend a hand when needed, like our entire IT team. So I just want to pay a special recognition to all of them this morning. February may be the shortest month of the year, but it sure is an important one, celebrating Black History Month, National Women's Heart Day, Random Acts of Kindness Day, Valentine's Day, President's Day, and what you may not know, February is Marijuana Awareness Month. February has also been a busy month for the Commission. Having recently announced Massachusetts marijuana establishments have surpassed 4 billion with a B in gross sales. This milestone comes less than 1 year since the agency announced that licensees had surpassed the 3 billion mark and several months past the Commission's 5th anniversary. Over the past year, 71 marijuana retailers opened for business across the Commonwealth, in addition to 3 marijuana couriers and 4 marijuana delivery operators. In total, they generated over $1 billion in sales for the calendar year 2022. Especially as we celebrate Black History Month, it is important to share equity continues to be at the forefront of the Commission's work. To date, 18 economic empowerment applicant licensees, 29 social equity program participant licensees, and 50 disadvantaged business enterprises or state certified minority, women, or veteran-owned companies of varying business types have opened. I am hopeful at some point in the near future, we as a commission are able to add more communities to the disproportionate impact area designation to help create even more economic opportunities. As we now begin the process of interpreting S 3096, an act relative to equity in the cannabis industry into regulation, I look forward to our public comment period, which should be in person and begin sooner rather than later, to hear directly from licensees, stakeholders, and constituents. And let's not forget our veterans and farmers in this discussion. It is important as commissioners, we hear about the impact of existing regulations, as well as engage in robust dialogue around the current challenges facing the Massachusetts cannabis industry. After 5 years, we have clearly arrived at an inflection point. In that vein, and I will echo Commissioner Stebbins, last Friday, I was grateful for the opportunity to have participated along with Commissioner Stebbins, Executive Director Collins, and our Director of Government Affairs, Matt Giancola, in a cannabis roundtable hosted by Senator Fatman at Nichols College. Attended by many licensees, it was a productive, informative discussion around host community agreements, product testing, and many other topics. I look forward to this being the first of many commissioner in-person engagements around regulations. Lastly, I want to thank Dr. Marion McNabb and the research subcommittee for all of their diligent work over the past few months. Last week, they unanimously passed thoughtful cannabis research recommendations for consideration by the commission. I am hopeful, like other states before us, California, Colorado, Michigan, and Florida, Massachusetts will take the important step of investing resources into much needed medical cannabis research. Thank you for my time, Madam Chair and my fellow commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Okay, bear with me because this is my first in person. You guys can hear me. Good morning. I will be really brief this month, especially in comparison to other months, and just saying, now, Commissioner Stebbins, I know how it feels. A lot of things I want to echo. First, I wasn't here for the January meeting, so I wanted to say in person, happy entering 3rd year, happy anniversary to you, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Camargo, myself, Commissioner Roy, I believe as well, are soon. So we have now been commissioners for 2 years, entering into our 3rd year, and it has been really eventful. We've done a lot. We've accomplished a lot. And I know that there's a lot more work to accomplish, especially now with the new legislation and implementation period, and understanding our regs, what needs to be revised. And I agree, Commissioner Roy. I look forward as well to that public comment period to really gain some insight and perspective from the different constituency groups and host communities as well. The other thing I did want to state as well is Happy Black History Month. This is a really important month. We are a really unique industry, a really unique agency that has impacted so many different communities of color, particularly Black communities. And as the first Black commissioner on the Cannabis Control Commission, I don't take that lightly. I like to bring that perspective into everything that I do, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity to be here and serving in that capacity. And finally, I am learning how we operate in person. It's really good to see you all. And with that, that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo.
Good morning. Good morning. Chair O'Brien, thank you for switching it up. I'm glad you did, because I know Bruce always goes at the end, and we've already said everything. So thank you for doing that. I don't have to say much. I want to just say ditto to what my fellow commissioners have said. I also want to add that during the MMA session that Commissioner Stebbins and I participated, I want to just give kudos to our staff that was there, Ernesto, Steven, Fiona. it was really good to chat with them and to just sort of walk the hallways and be in the session with them. Chair O'Brien, you attended our session as well, so thank you for being there. And to the MMA, I got to say it again, you know, the name of our session was called Neighborhood Joint, which I thought it was just fascinating and a fun title for our session. So I just want to thank the MMA. I know we're going into host community agreements and municipal equity, so I'm really glad that I've continued a relationship with the MMA, but I know they're going to be very key to the regs in the upcoming months. Commissioner Roy, thank you so much. I love everything you said, especially just how you know the what the month represents in terms of the different months, and thank you for putting that out there. I think sometimes we forget that there's so many things happening, and this being National Heart Month, I definitely want to bring that to the fold. Obviously, happy Black History Month. And I want to just quickly also tell folks, I think, you know, I had a conversation with someone recently and they said, Nudice, you are gonna, if you don't love this job yet, which I do, I love this job, but they said you're gonna love diving into the regs and really meeting with people and going around the state and really understanding. Commissioner Concepcion, to your point, right? We've been doing it for 2 years. We're in person now for the first time. And so I'm just really looking forward to the regs, focusing on the regs. I know you all will hear more in a few about the regs from our I think from our ED this month, but I'm looking forward to working with the community, our fellow commissioners, and just really trying to make sure that we're staying innovative, safe, and that we're thinking about public health and equity at the same time. So thank you for my time. Sorry I couldn't be in person. I've been under the weather for the last 6 or 7 days, but I look forward to seeing you all next month, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo, and we all hope you're feeling better. And I know that there are actually a few staff people working for the commission who are also not feeling well. So whoever is at home, we wish you well, and we hope everybody has a speedy recovery. I just want to quickly echo what my fellow commissioners have said. I'd like to wish everyone a happy Black History Month. Very excited to see where the regulations take us this year in terms of continuing to expand our mission to promote equity within the cannabis market. I also want to thank Freya and Paul, the IT people, who I think I'm a full-time job for them, fixing my problems. So again, that's a broken record. We could say that every month. We do say it every month because it's important. But I also want to thank Commissioner Roy and I had an opportunity to have some conversations both with the Research Advisory Board, and this is a particular interest of mine, which is seeing what we can do as a commission to promote Massachusetts being a leader on research for medical therapies for persons, everything from glioblastoma to anxiety to sleep disorders. I'm very excited with the people that have been reaching out to me, in particular, doctors Stacy Gruber and Marion McNabb, looking forward to working with those people to see how we can move that ball forward. It's an important first step to be continuing the work that's been done by the advisory board, but trying to leverage and bring together different people. And I also want to thank Executive Director Collins, who has such a great reputation, not only here in Massachusetts, but nationally and internationally for his input and thinking about how we can leverage the hospitals, the universities, the biotech industry here in Massachusetts to create some additional options for people suffering from disorders that could be helped by the use of different cannabis related substances. So with that being said, again, thanking everybody. Welcome back, Commissioner Concepcion. I am going to move to the minutes for approval. Are there any questions or comments about the minutes from I'm just trying to think which month I'm looking at here. Which month? We're doing both the December and no. 2 in December. So the 2 December meetings. Yeah, I just want to make sure I knew there were 2. So anyway, from the December 8th meeting, are there any questions and comments about those minutes? Yeah. Hearing none, I will seek a motion from Commissioner Stebbins to approve the December 8th public meeting minutes.
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Roy.
Second.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will seek a roll call. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the meeting minutes from December 8th have been approved 5-0. I will seek an additional motion to approve the December 28th public meeting minutes. Commissioner Roy, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I hear a second?
Second.
Is there any comment or question? If hearing none, I will take a roll call. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the minutes have been approved from December 28th, 5-0. And now we will be moving on to the Executive Director's Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I will begin, as I often do, with a report identifying our data and highlighting some things that I may find interesting or pertinent. And then I think, as some commissioners mentioned, I'll briefly discuss, I guess, the status of regulations and perhaps what the next steps going forward look like. Obviously, for your information, as well as if there's necessary discussion and input, but also so the public is aware as to what next steps they can expect as well. So the first slide here this morning, again, you'll look very familiar, as we often do. It's the 4 applications awaiting that initial first review. Just as a reminder, those are applications we've not yet looked at. So they've been submitted by a new applicant for a new license. That initial review is first and foremost a classification. Should this application be a general applicant, an expedited applicant, or a priority applicant? And then an entire review of that application to ascertain whether or not it is in fact complete. There are 18 applications before you today for your consideration. There are 30 applications that are awaiting a supplemental review. That's a separate queue. Those applications have been reviewed. They have been classified again as either priority, expedited, or general. And we've gone through them at least once and indicated that something must be supplemented or added, something might be missing or needs to be clarified, and it's been issued with a request for information. As a reminder too, there's no timeline or deadline as to when an applicant must resubmit to the commission. So we try to give folks as many opportunities and as long as they might need to bring forward a complete application. Once that application is deemed complete, that's when the 90-day clock would initiate as far as conducting background checks, getting municipal responses, et cetera. So just some information for context. And then lastly, there's 96,342 certified active patients within our medical use of marijuana system. Advancing to our next slide. Thank you, Megan. This slide here indicates kind of a license status across the board as far as where those licenses fall in process or in sequence. You see here that there's 191 entities that have been pre-certified or might be endorsed as a micro business. Again, it's an administrative process. It's something that is submitted by the applicant. Things are not, we don't conduct a full background check, for instance, but instead things are disclosed to us relying upon those disclosures. We do pre-certify applicants for delivery licenses. And again, that micro business endorsement, so long as that micro business is owned by a social equity program participant or an economic empowerment applicant, or otherwise qualifies for that delivery license type. Provisional approval versus provisional license, the only distinction there is the payment of a license fee. You see there's 174 entities that have been provisionally approved. That is, the commission has considered those applications at a public meeting, and they've just not yet submitted their fee to us for that license type. But 508 entities have submitted that license fee payment and are provisional licensees. They are in some sort of process as far as building out that facility. So they may have submitted an architectural review. There might be a post-provisional license inspection that has been scheduled, but they've not yet advanced to the final license phase. I see that Commissioner Roy may have a question.
Thank you for making the distinction around provisionally approved and provisional license. You said there's no timeline on the general application process, but on this payment?
90 days.
Thank you.
You see there's also 51 final licenses. Those are folks that have built out their facilities. We have inspected those facilities. The commission has considered that post-provisional license inspection and all the qualifications for final licensure. And at this point, the last phase of this is generally getting inventory. So prior to a final license, you cannot contain inside your facility any product. You may also be hiring up your staff, et cetera, conducting those background checks, getting that inventory into metric, demonstrating your competence there, and really getting ready to commence your operations. And then lastly, of course, is the commence operations. You see there's 140 more entities than there were this time last year, for a total of 495 entities that have commenced their operations. Commissioner Roy?
Okay, so it looks like we're going to hit a milestone this month. Probably 5 will commence ops, so we'll hit the 500 mark probably this month.
Let's hope. I think that's with those 51 final licenses, I'd say that's a good likelihood. The next slide indicates some additional data. This is one that it's an evergreen slide as far as our continuing monitoring and diligence as far as tracking it. I continue to highlight those 2 center rows as their importance. They're critically important, given that that's generally where capital becomes both intensive and necessary. That is not to suggest, however, and I don't want anyone to I guess hear what I'm saying or misinterpret what I'm saying. There's also capital required to get even to the commission. In other words, securing property, perhaps working with consultants or experts. But this is where the capital really gets spent as far as construction and things like that. Obviously, up until this point, someone has been likely maintaining a property in some way, whether it be an active lease, an optional lease, et cetera, perhaps acquiring the property outright. But that build out and construction is, again, very costly, very expensive. And that's where obviously the encouragement momentum as far as the social equity loan fund is going to be valuable. But it's not the end all be all, nor is it a silver bullet. It is important though, so I don't want to discredit or discount that. At the same time, we do want folks to advance downward in this slide. So you see here, there's 103 economic empowerment applicants somewhere in this space or queue, but only 18 have commenced their operations. Similarly, 288 social equity program participants, but 30 of those have commenced their operations. And then 226 disadvantaged business enterprises. And to be clear, those are women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses. 226, but again, 50 have commenced their operations. So of the 1,419 of the 495 total commenced operations, you see that there's a fraction or a percentage and not a majority of those that have commenced their operations from either the economic empowerment, social equity program, or DBE status. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you.
Or sorry, Madam Chair.
Oh,
I
no,
mean to step on your
I
toes.
literally was going to see if Commissioner Camargo had a question. I was looking at you. Commissioner Concepcion.
No, it's fine. Just for clarity's sake, first off, thank you, Mr. Executive Director, for the presentation thus far. The numbers under the disadvantaged business enterprises, that does not include the medical licensees.
That's correct.
Okay.
This is strictly adult use. Yep.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure I'm seeing these right and understanding it. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Also a question regarding the DBE column. You talk about there's only 3 DBE certifications accepted at this point, and that's one's the state certifies for minority, women, or veteran. And they've since added some other categories to their DEP statuses. When folks come in, they bring documentation or evidence that they've been to an SDO training. And obviously we encourage them at the right point or when they have time to go back and get the full certification. Do you have a sense of the folks that do that? Because obviously I think there are extended benefits for DBEs as they continue to hold their license.
Yeah, and I'd be hesitant to give you a number today just because I would be guesstimating, and I don't want to do that, especially not just with you listening, but probably with the public listening as well. So I'd like to take on the question and get you a specific answer, a certain answer, but you're absolutely right that there is an awkwardness in timing as far as when an applicant may come forward with an initial application, because what the Supplier Diversity Office does in their exercise, and I just want to compliment their partnership with us. They've been a value add. And we've tried to, I guess, return the favor as far as some of our staff have gone and taught some of their courses. And so we've tried to be a good partner with that sister agency. But there is an awkwardness in timing in so much as the Supplier Diversity Office cannot certify a business until they're functional. And of course, you cannot get through our process as far as the DBE benefit unless you have gone through something with the Supplier Diversity Office. So it's kind of a chicken or egg situation a little bit. The other awkwardness
Can you
though.
explain how we handle that though? I'm not sure I understand. I mean, I know what you're saying, but I'm not sure how it actually in practice works. I apologize, Commissioner Stebbins.
Well, so it's related though. So I think it's a fair interjection too. So it's that what we accept, therefore, to establish that qualification as an initial step is that someone must begin the process. So there is an initial course that every business can take through the Supplier Diversity Office, and to qualify as the DBE for the purposes of, and bear in mind the economic empowerment applicants are prioritized. They always jump to the very top of the queue. Social equity program participants and disadvantaged business enterprises, as well as other specific license types, ITLs, outdoor cultivators, et cetera, qualify for expedited. So they hit the queue next. So to qualify for that expedited review, you must demonstrate you've taken that initial course. But the Supplier Diversity Office, and I understand why, cannot certify a business as being women, minority, or veteran-owned businesses unless they are truly functional. And we're not allowing folks to become functional until you get actively licensed from us. So
Because they have to ascertain that when you're saying women, you know what I mean, that it's not just in name or in equity, it's how the business actually functions, and they actually police that.
That's absolutely right. They do. So I think it might be something that we consider, obviously, in the regulatory process, as far as upon renewal, demonstrating that they've actually gone a step further and finished that certification process. And I think Commissioner Stebbins, to your point, knowing that there's a continued benefit to that, which is usually for us, first is obviously the expedited review, but there's also fee reductions. And so we want to make sure that from a Commonwealth interest standpoint, that those folks are satisfying that requirement. The other awkwardness of the disadvantaged business enterprise is that it's most often used in government procurements. So when we go to buy things like equipment, janitorial supplies, et cetera, I'm not aware of many state agencies that would be going to purchase cannabis. So there's an awkwardness in that typically those vendors that go through that process are doing so to gain access to state or local contracts. And again, so that it's not a perfect synchronization with our regulations and what we're doing, but I think it does help us use and leverage the expertise of folks that, to your point, Madam Chair, can really ascertain, is this business truly owned by a woman, minority, or veteran?
And I think that this is, I think that this is just one additional, and congratulations to the commission and to the executive director, because there are many gaps in the law. You know, whether it's, OSHA with, federal illegality, or, working with MDR on pesticides. There are things that we don't directly control, but, under leadership, you've done a good job of kind of bringing those things together and merging where those gaps are, making things function. So that's helpful. Another
I actually have a question for Commissioner Stebbins.
Commissioner Roy?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm going to go first.
Put him on the spot again.
Yeah. Commissioner Stebbins, you had mentioned that the Supplier Diversity Office has expanded their definition of a DBE. Can you
I
explain that a little?
I believe they've also added additional certifications for LGBT businesses, maybe disabled veteran-owned businesses as well. So, we should think about, obviously, maybe incorporating those categories into our regs. Did you have another question for me?
Thank you.
Okay, all right. No, I appreciate the executive director's feedback on that. And again, I think you kind of found a bridge to the certification process. Just to add, though, a comment about, the benefit of certification, and there is one if you go the full route. And to the chair's point, SDO really wants to make sure that woman, minority, or veteran-owned businesses, really the decisions are made by whoever the principal is. But I also think it's helpful for licensees as they craft their diversity plans, and we've encouraged them to look at their vendor and supplier relationships, that they can speak with some authority that I'm doing business with a woman-owned business, and here is their certification. And also, as we think about the social equity program, everybody that we're trying to encourage to follow that ancillary track, who may be a plumber or carpenter or marketing services, they might have the benefit of finding contract opportunities through the state, even though they're an ancillary business to cannabis, they might have some additional opportunities. So it's helpful for anybody in the ancillary.
And Commissioner
sector.
Stebbins, the list of those certified, businesses that's publicized. I mean, you can find that information. And do we
Mhm.
connect licensees with that, or do we have anything on our website that maybe links them to opportunities to find diverse vendors?
If we don't, we will.
Okay, I think that might not, because I could never figure out how to get onto my payroll. I asked that link be put into the email reminding us. So I always feel that the more streamless for the least qualified of us to make that pathway happen, that might actually be a good thing that we can do to directly connect that on our website so that licensees have an easier time finding those people.
Chair,
Actually, I think on our.
We might do that. I don't know.
Our new
Commissioner
diversity
Camargo, I don't know
guidance-
if I heard her saying.
I think our new diversity guidance has a link to that.
Just coming in from on high.
Commissioner Camargo?
yeah, no, it's exactly what Commissioner Stebbins is saying right now. We're on the same page.
Okay, so we already do that.
Yeah.
Okay,
You go to our diversity guidance, there's a resource page and there's a
Okay.
link.
and there's a link.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Site.
Okay, thank you.
So, and I think lastly, just Commissioner Stebbins, to one of the points you made, I think it's important that our licensees hear that as well, just so I will double down on that, which is many of the same supplies and equipment that we are purchasing, any business purchases. And so even if you are yourself not a DBE business, you can still do business with a DBE business. So anyone that is in this space should be encouraged to revisit those lists and look for opportunities to collaborate with and obviously provide a viable business path for those businesses that do get qualified. And similarly, our licensees that are in fact buying cannabis, whether you be a retailer, for instance, and perhaps some of our product manufacturers or cultivators may be identified as a DBE. It would be encouraging, obviously, to see those products on shelves as well and providing a viable opportunity for some of those small businesses too. So
Thank you.
I guess I therefore won't dwell on this slide, and I'll advance through a couple others just to
Can I
spend.
just stop? I just want to make sure Commissioner Camargo answered a question. Do you have any questions at this point, Commissioner Camargo?
No, thank you,
Okay.
Chair. I'll just say really quick comment because I'm browsing the web right now, but on our frequently on our public resources on our website, if folks go to the model diversity and positive impact plans, we have a specific link there to the Massachusetts Supplier Diversity Office. So it's definitely under resources. Just
Great.
FYI.
Thank you. I think it's important to publicize that. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
And so I'll advance through the next couple of slides again, just so I can spend some time on regulations and obviously, hopefully, depending on where that conversation may lead. So this next slide here does break down, I mentioned earlier, the priority status, the expedited status, and then those general applicants. You see there's a good concentration or mix. 257 entities have enjoyed MTC priority status. To clarify, those are existing MTCs doing business at that location. So in other words, if an MTC exists, but it's attempting to open a retail somewhere else, they would not enjoy that priority status. They may enjoy the expedited review depending on the license type, or they could perhaps be a general applicant. But it's the existing MTC converting at that location with that practice or that business. Economic empowerment applicants, you see there's 122, 614 have been expedited. That breakdown is on the right-hand side table. And again, it's a number of different categories, license type specifically, for instance, outdoor grow, ITL, micro business, et cetera. Social equity program participant, those DBEs specific again to women, minority, and veterans. And some 67 have qualified based on 2 or more categories, which is always nice to see. And then 660 have identified as a general applicant or not enjoyed either priority or expedited review.
Thank you.
The next slide is the very data heavy one. I guess I used to apologize. I will no longer apologize for this slide. I think it really is insightful. I highlight some cells that I think are just worth paying attention to and monitoring. You see there's 11 ITLs that are operational today, 1 with a final license, and I believe there's 1 on your agenda today for a final license. So that is a growing number. Good to see, but obviously given the expanded role and the important role that labs play in our marketplace, it's important that we continue to focus on labs. 9 marijuana couriers alongside 5 marijuana delivery operators. Again, you see that delivery license is emerging in Massachusetts, but still has plenty of room to grow, hopefully. 8 micro businesses are operational, and I'll discuss in the regulatory context a little bit some of the challenges I think that they see, and obviously an opportunity for us to work with them, alongside them, to ensure that they remain viable. 85 product manufacturers in our space today. Those are folks that are making the products. They're tinctures, edibles, et cetera, beverages, those types of things, and 267 marijuana retailers that are open today. I highlight those provisionally approved licenses, those 58, 51, and 44. That is your typical supply chain, but those are folks that have not yet paid their license fee, for instance. So again, it's worth noting that capital is necessary, and folks might be, once provisionally approved from a paperwork standpoint, that's an immediate challenge that they face as far as that fee payment having come due now, as well as the big chunk of provisional licenses and folks that are working through building out. So knowing that there's some challenges in our space today as far as access to capital, those types of things, but also the market competition, it's important as folks, they'd like to progress left to right in this slide, and there's some hurdles that they must overcome between each of those rows or columns, excuse me. So Commissioner Roy, she has a question.
All right.
I always look at that craft marijuana cooperative, and here we are 5 years down the road and we don't have one that's commenced ops. What do you think some of the greatest obstacles and challenges are for these folks?
So we've talked about this in previous meetings too, and I don't think those dynamics have changed. There's a number. One is there might be a more viable license type. Outdoor grow is perhaps a cleaner business model. A craft marijuana cooperative functions just like other craft cooperative businesses. Think Ocean Spray is probably the most common example you could probably use, but it requires folks, it gives folks the opportunity to pool resources, yes. It allows them to spread canopy across multiple license types and then kind of pool that administrative resource, but they have to meet certain criteria. One is obviously there are craft principles that they must meet. Someone in that ownership structure must have filed a Schedule F tax return. There's also a Massachusetts residency requirement. So for any number of those reasons, if I were looking at that business type alongside, perhaps, do I go alone as an outdoor grow without those same challenges or limitations? I think folks are potentially making that choice. That's anecdotal evidence. I don't have any.
If I can sort of anecdotal, I mean, again, if you think about Ocean Spray, these are individual farms in individual communities and they collectivize up here. What we're literally asking them to do is be more collective in one location. You know what I mean? You have multiple farmers who might be able to come together, but is it going to sit in one town? Is it going to sit in the other? You have to go through the individual community process. It actually is something, you know, if this many years in, there are, you know, not many of them that are actually in, none that are in, you know, commence operation, is this something that we need to be redefining this that maybe helps farmers? Because again, having worked with a couple of farmers before, you know, I understand that this was a clear decision that was made not to go that route because there are some complexities to it. And I don't know, you know, Mr. Director, if you think that there are any changes that we can or should be made, or should we be, as part of the regulatory process, be asking farmers for feedback on why they would not opt for this? What are the, you know what I mean? I just don't know. I just know, knowing farmers and knowing how Ocean Spray works, that this was, I think, very aspirational in terms of what it was attempted to achieve, but in terms of how farmers actually function, it doesn't necessarily meet the need of farmers.
Well, if I can point out a little bit, I think there's, I've been trying lately to put our regulations in context of when they were imagined. And a lot of this was done alongside many folks that were, to your point, I think, aspiring to get into industry, and also bearing in mind the environment within which they were drafted and crafted. So I've said to folks in the past that it was a different presidential administration. So very much different political climate federally and locally. And we lived through the spirit of what was at that point the Cole Memorandum, which identified how jurisdictions should craft their regulations. Once we adopted our regulations around Christmas or so, the Cole memorandum was rescinded, and that created some trepidation perhaps of how, okay, now what? And so I think you see a pretty relatively strict environment. I think there's many license types that have that kind of embedded into it.
I think that that's really important to emphasize. And you actually said this earlier in the week. And it actually struck me that there are many very significant, tight hurdles that people have to overcome based on what was initially drafted for all the right reasons, given the limitations and the hurdles that you have to overcome with the federal illegality. And I don't think I necessarily fully understood that until you said that earlier this week, and now you're repeating it. And I do think that it is, at an important inflection point, but many of those challenges still remain, even though in the past 5.5 years, many other states, including both red and blue states, have legalized cannabis. So it's probably unlikely that some of those potential threats of federal prosecution maybe have lessened in the past year. But it was eye-opening to me when you shared to me sort of how some of these regulations came into play and why the commission was so strict in writing some of its regs. So I learned a lot from that, and I appreciate you saying that here today.
And just to continue the thought though, as far as how that environment may apply to perhaps a craft cooperative, there's a one that Schedule F tax return most often is accompanied by true farm land. And some of those farm lands in Massachusetts, it's geographically diverse, but we know it can be isolated to perhaps Western Mass, perhaps down the Cape.
Yeah.
But I don't want to isolate that necessarily. But some of that farmland is often covered or governed by an agricultural restriction, which now limits what possibilities or options.
Or federally funded farmer loans.
And a lot of that is federally backed. That's a great point. But that now challenges a little bit further. And then the logistics of, and I think you touched on it, as far as you may spread your canopy across multiple locations, but now you've got to go and get an HCA in each of those locations. Right. But then how do you, allowing them to pool those resources from an organization and governance standpoint, but where do you keep your vault? Where do you harvest, cure, dry, et cetera? Those logistics. What products are you going to offer, if any, and how do you ensure, not to mention, and I just want to note that all of this has layers to it, either perhaps like an onion, that we know the challenges of
We have
outdoor
cranberries and weed. Don't get us into onions,
enough,
okay?
yeah,
I'm sorry, okay?
We're also very proud of our outdoor grows and our indoor grows for having surpassed cranberries as the most profitable crop in Massachusetts. But the challenge of growing outdoors applies to craft cooperatives too. And so if outdoor grows are finding a difficult time getting product to market, given testing standards, et cetera, that's also going to apply to a craft cooperative. And I just think that the many layers associated with that could be a reason why the craft cooperatives as a license type is not as sought after. I'll also share with you, though, that this is a live, ripe conversation across the country. And I'm pleased that through our Regulators Association, we are talking with craft cooperatives across the country, including folks from Massachusetts.
Okay.
And I am grateful that they're contributing to a national dialogue about this. And obviously, I look forward alongside, those other states to continuing to see, is there not so much a national strategy per se, but are there similarities that we can learn from? Are there things that we can take from other jurisdictions? Certainly know that out in California, Oregon, for instance, is a good concentration of outdoor grows. And obviously climate helps. At the same time, there might be something, a regulatory climate to, I guess, extend the analogy could be something that we explore too. So.
Commissioner Roy?
Madam Chair, thank you. So my question around that is, I think, like you said, now is appropriate opportunity to have this discussion, and I encourage farmers to reach out to us and to see what we can do to make this more amenable to craft cooperative farmers. What was my point? I know what my point was. So hemp farmers. I'm surprised some of them haven't migrated over. Or do they migrate more over to the tiers of outdoor grow? Or like, I'm surprised hemp farmers haven't migrated over to this model, but maybe with the challenges that we just discussed, maybe it's it's not a good pathway for them, but how many hemp farmers would you say are in Massachusetts?
Again, I'd be hesitant to give you a guess just because it would be wrong. It wouldn't be precise. There's less than there were, not as many. The benefit of the reason I would say hemp farmers are not migrating quickly or perhaps at all is the federal protection. Federal hemp is legal federally.
Right.
So you can grow as a crop, hemp.
With fewer restrictions.
With fewer restrictions, yes, without a doubt. And then also, I think the viability now of being able to, at one point, the restrictions were, okay, now I've grown my hemp, what do I do with it? And our licensees have provided a pathway for that now. So I think that has been, and that's.
Meaning until the market was ripe, that hemp farmers actually now have some pathways because of the legalized market and that can hemp-based products be sold side by side? I don't even know.
So really in the past, and my days, months and years are merging. So I was the earlier discussion about so congratulations as well on your third year. It feels like yesterday that we were probably sitting here onboarding a lot of you. So time flies. So I couldn't tell you exactly when. I could certainly research it, but the statute that changed allowing hemp farmers or hemp processors to sell their products in dispensaries and retailers, our retailers, I think has provided a pathway, an outlet for their products. And it's people historically and traditionally think of hemp as rope and soap. It's far more complex than that. You are seeing a really novel and I think valuable cannabinoids be introduced to products. It's things like CBG and CBN, but you're still seeing a traditional, you can see hemp flower available for sale. But I think you're also seeing a lot of those extracts, those isolates and distillates that are coming into our space. And our manufacturers are now infusing into their products. And they're able to do that, I think, through the statute that changed, but also our continued partnership with MDAR. And DPH. So DPH is actually overseeing that, kind of the final product elements of that. But I think it's allowed hemp farmers, hopefully, it's been a lifeline, I hope. Not to all, and it's obviously for some, I think it was too little too late, or, still not enough, but I think it's viability that didn't exist a short time ago. And we did put out guidance to that effect. And I would advise, I think when we get to the regulations that you embed elements of that into your regulations as, if nothing else, just to give us a basis to ensure compliance.
And to give a shout out to Commissioner LeBeau, the MDAR commissioner, who's been very helpful on a number of items. I don't know if it makes sense to, I know that, we've sort of stepped up our communications with them, but I don't know if it might be helpful to maybe get some feedback directly from, the either MDAR or the Farm Bureau. I haven't really had, conversations with them in a long time, but sort of getting some feedback on them, looking at the regulation. Why doesn't it work? What can, be done to make it better? So we might want to think about that. Commissioner Camargo, again, I'm
Okay.
cognizant of your remoteness, but your incisiveness. So
Thank you.
Any-
Thank you. No, just a quick comment. Commissioner Roy, when you took a break to think of your thought, I thought you were going to go one route. But I just want to thank you for bringing this up because we've been talking about this, and every time we see this chart, we kind of ask the same question around the craft marijuana cooperative. But so one, thank you for bringing it up. I'm glad that we're having the conversation and that we're using this time to think about this stuff. But, Sean, what I wanted to say was, and I don't want to stay here, but maybe put a pin on it because I know you're going to talk a little bit and give us an update a little bit about regs, but this is the perfect example, right? There's stuff that we know we need to relook at. There's stuff that or revisit. And we know that we're about to go deep into the regs. And I also know that all of us as commissioners turned in our own lists of topics and things that we're interested in. And then obviously through conversations like this, things come up that we know we want to look at. So I hope that later on today, you could talk a little bit about, how does this work, right? Like, and we've had plenty of conversation on it, but I think it'll be good for the public now, sort of moving forward. And for us commissioners going into our first sort of regulatory activity of some of these other items that we do have on the plate. So I know that we have major items that we got to get done by November 9th, and then we have other stuff, to Commissioner's point, there's stuff that we have to revisit, like this license. So maybe just kind of like a little note for later on. But I just want to say I appreciate the conversation. It's good to have the discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Concepcion, oh, you just cut out. Did you have another point? I see your hands moving, but I can't hear you.
Sorry, no.
She's good.
Okay, sorry.
All right. Thank you. I have two questions. Hopefully the first one is a quicker one. Sean, I liked, you've included in some of the previous slides, sort of a notation about where we were the previous year at this point. And you might not have this on hand now, and feel free to provide it later, but I wanted to know what these numbers looked like specifically for craft marijuana cooperatives this time last year. Were we at the same amount? Was there any sort of changes? Are we stagnant? Do you have any information on that?
Yeah, anecdotally, I would think we're stagnant.
Okay.
I don't think we definitely haven't increased dramatically at, 2 and 4. I would probably be that those 4 are still provisional licensees this time last year, is my guess, but it might be order of magnitude of 1 or so, but not dramatic.
And the pending applications, does that include, these are reviewed or in the process of being reviewed?
Yes.
The other question I had, I thought this was a really good time right now to sort of address, because I know for anyone in the public listening, there's some confusion around MDR, the Cannabis Control Commission, sort of where we come in, what we regulate, and what is separate and aside from us. And I just wanted to provide that opportunity to kind of ask you to expand on that. And, when we start looking through products and evaluating them on the marketplace.
There's a few, I guess I can try to unpack our relationship with MDR briefly or succinctly, because it's complex to a degree, but one that I think we're hopefully mutually benefiting from. We should be. And I believe that I know we are. I hope they feel the same way at least. As it pertains to hemp, they govern, all things hemp are governed by MDR, all things hemp. And what we have made as a commission through our guidance document is that, say, for instance, it's hemp-derived CBD. If it gets transferred to one of our product manufacturers to then be infused into let's say a 50-50 product, so 1-to-1 ratio CBD THC, it is then a marijuana product. It is no longer a hemp product, and it cannot be advertised as a hemp product. If, however, it is a CBD tincture sold by a hemp processor to a marijuana retailer, it is advertised as a hemp product. It cannot be advertised as a marijuana product. And based on our guidance, it must also include a disclaimer that says this was manufactured pursuant to MDR's rules. That's really for consumer education so that they know where it came from and that it's not something that was governed by our process.
And it's not subject to our lab testing
exactly
evaluations.
Right. But that's an important point as well, which is if that product, let's say it's the hemp-derived CBD still, and it's going to be sold to a product manufacturer to be infused into our product, we require that, and this is a burden on our licensees, that product that gets accepted, that CBD isolate that might be, again, extracted from a hemp farmer, must have passed first. It must be accompanied by a certificate of analysis demonstrating that it met our testing standards. The benefit we have is then secondary, which is that final product that our licensee might be manufacturing, again, hypothetically, let's say it's a 50-50 or a 1-to-1, will then go through another round of testing. And so if there is a concern relative to pesticides or microbials or something to that effect, it's really 2 bites at that apple that we would put through hopefully that consumer quality, product quality testing standard. There's other instances, I'm trying to think of, so that's the kind of the hemp relationship. The other relationship we enjoy with MDR is relative to pesticides. And statutorily based in Massachusetts law, MDR enjoys, and whether they enjoy it or not, MDR has exclusive jurisdiction over pesticides. So anytime that we see pesticides or anytime that we find pesticides, and they're most often seen either during an inspection or they might be discovered upon a test, we immediately call an MDR. And then the jurisdiction then becomes theirs over that product. MDAR may, through the course of their investigation, they may require an issue, and they have authority to do this, a destruction order where that product must be destroyed. There's a little bit of joint jurisdiction there, given that it's our licensee, but that product is now contaminated as far as MDAR would be concerned. But we're kind of in a cooperative effort working with MDAR in those instances. So, and they have a number of field inspectors that we work very closely with. So again, it's probably not as succinct as I intended to be, but it's a long relationship as well.
Can I unsuccinct you a little bit more? No, and I think it's important because, one of the things that Executive Director has been doing with the MDR people is because we know that certain pesticides, which had previously been considered, an illegal substance on cannabis product, that schedule has changed significantly by MDR over the summer. So one of the questions that had been raised by some licensees that had never, even thought about using pesticides before. I mean, there are some cultivators and manufacturers who've come from, different states that may have had different rules. But the bottom line is some of them are now thinking maybe some of these substances might help me keep my plants healthier, better, whatever. But they've never done it before. So MDR, in conjunction with the Cannabis Commission, is going to be hosting some educational seminars. And I don't know if there's any update on that, but if you can just.
We're scheduling now, and I've actually been one of the holdups on that. So, but our team is working with MDR's team right now to get some dates. And MDR, I think, is chomping at the bit to get those scheduled and out, and we will broadcast as soon as we have a specific.
But I just think we have an audience of people who can be talking about this to share that information because, we want to make sure, one, these substances may now be legal, but making sure that they're safely applied, whether it's, for the consumers, but also, as we've been talking about, worker safety. What does this mean now in terms of worker safety in, different, places that have not had this on products before. So I appreciate your leadership, even though you say you're slowing it down, but I think that it's good.
I just don't want MDR. That's on me.
But we are doing that. And I want to thank you for leading on that.
I just want, Sean, thank you for that breakdown. I think it's important to understand that dynamic. It's unique. And I think that oftentimes people are a little bit confused about sort of where the commission is and where our authority lies. So I appreciate that breakdown. That was helpful.
I was in, just a quick aside, I was still, the agency was not even created yet. And I had gone to Washington State and Colorado to explore cannabis policy a little bit and came back to Massachusetts. And one of the things I would pose a question to when I met with the folks in Washington and Colorado was, what are the things that keep you up at night? And what are the things that you wish you knew that now you know, but you wish you knew earlier? And I think it was in Washington State where Rick Garza, who is my counterpart there, soon to be retiring as well, so congratulations to him, but said to me, pesticides. It was not something that was really on my radar and obviously is now. I came back to Massachusetts. I reached out to Commissioner LeBeau, who was commissioner at the time still, and or already, and I sat down and said, pesticides, I'm worried. I don't know why I'm worried, but tell me why I should be worried. And one of the things that he said is, we have exclusive jurisdiction. Great, I'm no longer worried. It's your problem. But I will tell you at this point, we do see pesticides in Massachusetts. We take it absolutely seriously. I know MDAR does as well. And to be clear, MDAR has, up until their policy change, had a zero tolerance policy. Any pesticide whatsoever, regardless of the trace amount or amount period, was a violation. And I think, Madam Chair, to your point, the change most recently does have a bit of a crosswalk approach to it. If this, then that. So if it's approved for use on hemp and approved for use on tobacco, then it may be used, but at the lowest possible concentration for either. So if it's, X parts per billion for tobacco and Y parts per billion for hemp, whatever is the lower of the two, that is the concentration that can be used. But then I think, Madam Chair, to your point as well, there are tolerances and requirements as far as where it is applied. So indoor versus outdoor, as far as the worker safety related to that, where if it's sprayed, for instance, it's got to be at a certain safety threshold. And so I give MDAR a lot of credit for obviously being thoughtful of that. Folks.
So can I say, so when you said, oh, good, it's not my problem,
It's our problem.
It is our problem.
Yeah.
And this is, no, but I'm just saying, this is, but I think that it's important, and I appreciate Commissioner Concepcion asking for that explanation, because a lot of times we're getting the angry emails, when, again, this is not to point the finger, but there is a process that has to be completed, you know, via the laboratory affiliated with MDR, and sometimes it's out of our control. So it's your headache, but
So
not under your control.
you know, and earlier I fell on a sword of my own making as far as I was the holdup. March 7th, 10 a.m., March 8th,
good.
10 a.m.
And where's that going to
Sorry,
be?
March 7th, 10
Remote.
a.m., March 8th, 1 p.m. I believe it's remote, as far as, or I believe it's virtual as far as a webinar.
Mhm.
We will post formal notice of this, but I'm obviously appreciative of our staff for lifting me off of the sword that I.
So is that
fell on.
Grace
So,
doing, do we need to
that
thank
was,
Grace?
that was Matt Giancola.
All right, Matt,
Thank
thanks,
you,
Matt.
But also especially thank you, Matt, for rescuing me off of the sword. That again was self-inflicted, but I was trying to be protective of both myself and MDR especially, so.
Thank you.
Sean,
And who is
quit
that
while you're
available to?
ahead.
Just
Quit while you're ahead.
Did you hear that?
I did.
said quit while you're
Yeah.
at. Sean, just for clarity's sake, can you just say who the seminar is available to? So
Yeah,
anybody in the
so
public-
we are going to encourage anybody in the public, we will encourage all of our licensees to do it, and we will be joining it.
All right.
Because I think there's some things we can learn from that.
I think it'd be fun for us to attend.
I will be joining that, yeah.
That's for sure.
I
Absolutely.
don't know if it's fun, but anyway, yeah. it'd be- Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another aside, and we don't have to spend a lot of
Sure.
time on it, but 3 stakeholder groups have brought this to my attention, and we kind of have a little inside joke about it, but I am going to talk about it publicly. Pets. So the research subcommittee is tackling the issue of pets. I've been, about a year ago, I met with the hemp farmers, and they said pet products would be an incredible opportunity for them. And I've had constituents reach out to me. Is this an appropriate conversation for the commission? And if so, like, where do we begin? Because folks who buy CBD products or products for their pets, they're not locally grown. And I just don't know if it's an appropriate conversation for us. And if it's not, what other agencies, MDR, obviously, where do we begin on that conversation? Because I think it's getting ripe and a lot of folks are interested in it.
Yeah, so if it's, these commission meetings are pop quizzes every month. Like Prime Minister's question. Yes, so if
We're
it's.
not yelling and
No,
going.
thank you.
Yeah, all right, number British here. All right, let's go.
If it's hemp derived, it is an MDR question ultimately as far as the product itself. Obviously, I apologize for not having the familiarity as far as THC and pets. But that I would imagine, I think it's an MDR DPH question ultimately as far as that final product is concerned.
Okay.
Knowing that DPH has said no food, it's not a food product. I don't know if that equates to pet treats and things like that. Yeah, exactly. And also I think there's an FDA element to it as well, potentially. But FDA recently came out and said that they are not going to pursue basically a CBD or hemp-based say a dietary supplement standard. They were instead going to punt it back to Congress to work further with Congress on. To me, sending something back to Congress for clarity does not bode well for said clarity. So
It's an oxymoron.
yeah, it's a little, so I think that's yet to be determined as far as the ultimate fate of that. But that also, all of that stems from the Farm Bill and the legalization of hemp. But obviously, it's legalization of hemp is one thing, but what about the products that get derived from that hemp? How may they be sold, marketed, et cetera? But we've also seen in some concerning elements across the country that from hemp, you can derive intoxicating products. You can actually still yield at 0.3 THC, there's still THC in that product, high volume, high concentration. If you can extract that precisely, you can actually develop a good concentration, a good volume, of THC by weight. And then similarly, you can chemically, basically in a synthetic way, derive Delta 8 and Delta 10 THC through hemp. So it is concerning. I do believe that MDR has banned Delta 8 in Massachusetts. That could, just don't quote me, but I do know that that's a trend across the country is these products are available. Delta 8, and it's actually something that I think is the as we know, Delta 9 THC is the naturally derived intoxicating substance that might, that could impair. But Delta 8 and Delta 10 are certainly trends across the country, can be derived from hemp, and that extraction process and that the creation process is typically what brings some concerns. And I think there are some ways to both test for Delta 8, but also test for some of those residual solvents and things that might be left that could be concerning to health. And for instance, I'm aware that like conducting pH testing could be a way to detect if something could be harmful. All of this is basically, the limitation I have is frankly the time that I have to kind of research these things. But it is, as I talk to my colleagues across the country, there are some concerning trends related to hemp that I just think it's worth. So that's a long-winded way to say I'm not sure about pets, specifically, how that might play. I don't know about our jurisdiction though.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, you can continue with your presentation. Please.
So I will motor through. Also, Commissioner Camargo, thank you for stealing my thunder on regulations. I was absolutely planning on touching on all the other things that we must get to in addition to the big ones. So appreciate that.
Just in case.
Yeah.
You're ready
so
for these regs.
It sounds, I will get to that. I also will continue motoring through these slides so that we may get to it. But to your question, I was in fact planning on addressing some of those other items. This next slide is the breakdown of cultivation. I bring it back to you because I really do appreciate that during these meetings, the folks that watch our meetings provide me feedback. I most often appreciate it. There may be circumstances where I don't. I hope I don't come off as defensive, but I want to provide some additional insight. So I often say to you that I was surprised to see the concentration in tiers 1 through 3, that 57% of concentration. The point that I think is compelling, though, and it's a kind of another layer deeper, is thinking about the percentage of capacity. So for instance, that 57% is license volume, sure, but that represents 20% of capacity. The 13% is license volume, but that represents 37% of capacity. So it's not exactly inversed, but the potential of a tier 9 through 11 to contribute to supply is much greater.
Could that be broken down further by capacity, in all of these tiers? I think that also helps us.
Sure. We
may or may not be having, discussions about capacity in the market.
Yeah, but I think that's, the reason I share that with you, at least verbally though, is that yes, that's license concentration of volume or percentage. But what is and I should note too, that 37% is at the maximum. So if a tier 11 was truly at 100,000.
I mean, that's what they could produce.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that's what they're actually producing or that's based on, plant count or things like that. This is kind of in a, looking in an academic sense. What would 100,000 square feet plus 90,000 square feet plus 80,000 square feet? So there's some assumptions baked into that. So I don't want anyone to, or I guess I'm disclosing those assumptions. But again, I just thought it was really compelling that yes, it's license volume and that's one data point. But their ability to contribute to market. So for instance, those top 3 tiers, 9 through 11, is about 1.2 million square feet of, and that I should note too, that's commenced operations. That's not just total license volume. So the 57% is of commenced operations. And so I'm kind of drilling down a little bit further, where it's not just total applications period, it's what is in our supply today as commenced operations. So again, I just thought it is interesting, compelling, et cetera.
But that's almost worth a separate slide, just what's commenced operations and where the supply is coming from by tier, or where the supply potentially could come by tier. Again, I hate to ask.
We know how much we love more slides, yeah.
I know. Or at least just share that information with us, because I think understanding that is obviously going to be something we have to think about in the future. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you for including the square feet in canopy. I think that's an important statistic to share. So currently we're at 3.2 million in square feet in canopy, but look at the pending is 4.7 million. So when that pending becomes commenced operation, we're going to be at about just under 8 million in square feet of canopy.
Add the 1.6 to it as well, actually.
Right. So now you're almost at 10 million feet of canopy now. So we're hearing supply chain issues. It's gluttonous at this point. I just want to be mindful that we're on pace to be under, around 10 million in square feet in canopy. And how do we react to that? I don't have the answer. I'm not quite sure. I just wanted to bring it out.
If
for
I
discussion.
can sound a pessimistic alarm, I would argue that 1.6 and 4.7, I would say a percentage of that, I'm loath to guess a percentage of that does not open. I think with capital being available, the market being where it is, I would say if you're provisionally licensed, there is risk that you may not open. Again, I just think it's a reality that these are folks that are building out today, and they may be building out. Again, being provisionally licensed could mean that you're looking for capital. You're using that license to go secure additional funding. And so they have a location, perhaps they have, again, pessimistically, I would say that some of those, and that's true of any license type, frankly. The 525,000 square feet with the final license, those folks are likely to open. Just because they've built their facility, we've been into that facility, we've inspected it. What they may not do is open at full capacity. So if you're doing one turn, harvest it, and you're looking for where can I wholesale it to, and you're finding that it's hard to find a buyer, you may not grow your next turn at a full capacity potentially. So I would say that there, between license surrenders and folks just not renewing, choosing different markets. We know that New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island are all coming online. So competition is not just Massachusetts based anymore. It's regional. So again, I hate to be pessimistic, but I want to be honest.
Any other questions? Commissioner Camargo? Good. Okay, keep going, Mr. Director.
This next slide is medical. So there's still 100 commenced operations licensees in our marketplace, 102,000 certified patients. I mentioned earlier the 96,342 certified active patients. And I continue to monitor caregivers, so I highlight that cell as well, which is 7,558. I think there's a perfectly reasonable conversation to occur around caregivers, their ability to participate in this market, what allowances and I guess authorizations they have. And obviously we've talked plenty about the provider universe and opportunities for outreach there. Certainly encouraging to see some providers come into our space, but that ratio is something that I think we just need to be sensitive to. And I do know that commissioners have, I think last month or the month before, we talked about nurse practitioners and that ability and that being a live, ripe regulatory conversation as well. So
thank you.
Of course. So now that's the data. And so I appreciate your indulgence with that. I try not to pull too much forward, knowing that there's other things we want to talk about, but all of the data we typically present is available on our website at the end of the slide deck. So folks are encouraged to review that. Again, if anyone has feedback on it, I do welcome it. I also look forward to engaging and exchanging a little bit. So all of this too majority of it is derived from our open data platform. So folks are encouraged to definitely check that out and spend some time, play around with it. And it has been updated, I believe, as of last week, Paul. So it is a regular update. So the next slide here and the next couple slides digs into regulations a little bit. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you about where that stands, where I think next steps can and should be. I want to just flag, then I want to thank you, commissioners especially, for your engagement on this and your interest in this. Obviously, it's that sounds kind of funny to say. Obviously, you're interested in regulations. I'm aware of that. But as you know, too, we have a statutory obligation to dig into a number of items by a date certain, and we are going to do that. This commission has a reputation for meeting its deadlines, and we will continue to uphold that expectation. So therefore, we've extracted, I think, what are three major policy items from the statute. There are a number of other things that just need to get done, things like suitability, for instance. We know we have an obligation to do. And some of that is simply drafting, and we will do that. And then the commission, of course, you as policymakers will consider and be the final determinant of what that policy looks like. That said, the three major things that I think require not just your attention, of course, but I would say your input. Obviously, you've talked quite a bit about the need and the desire to engage stakeholders in a meaningful way throughout this process. So those items are host community agreements, municipal equity, and for context on municipal equity, the requirement there is we are to set a minimum standard for what municipal equity policies can and should be. So basically, what is the floor? What should communities adopt as their municipal equity policies? And then, of course, social consumption. The distinction I'll make on social consumption is we do have regulations on social consumption, but given that municipalities now have a mechanism to authorize that location in their jurisdiction, in their boundaries, it's worth revisiting to ensure that it meets with your approval and your consideration. Now that it is closer to being a reality here in Massachusetts. So I guess just as a breakdown, and this is not on the slide, but Commissioners Roy and Concepcion, I believe, are interested in tackling the HCA, so thank you for that. Madam Chair, thank you, Commissioner Concepcion on municipal equity, and then social consumption, Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins. So you will be joined in a working group by an array of staff. I guess that's the best way I could describe it, is folks from all over the agency, whether it be licensing staff, investigators, policy staff, members of our equity team, constituent service staff. So the goal is to give you an array of staff with an array of perspectives, but also folks that live some of this stuff, whether it be hearing from constituents, living in the field, and to give you that perspective. To be clear, though, that's not the only perspective I know that you want. I know that you also want to hear from folks that are going to live this in an operator sense, live this in a community sense. Those individual working groups will wrestle each topic. I guess the operative word being wrestle. You're going to obviously mix it up and identify what your policy choices may be. As those policy choices get finessed and close to final, the full commission enjoys the authority to adopt regulations. You may decide there was a working group that we have option A and option B before we go and draft it. Let's bring it to the commission and talk about it so that we may get some further direction. Knowing that by having two commissioners working on it, that does not make it a public meeting. Therefore, you can engage, but there's also 3 commissioners that are not at that table. And I think respecting that is the way that we can bring some of those policy choices to the commission. I note that external engagement with stakeholders will occur throughout this process, including before the regulations are drafted. And the critical aspect there is that input will be sought and secured before pen is met paper. If that makes sense.
Input will be sought, but there's a legal process that we have to go through that once we sort of have that kind of idea, whatever, we will be bringing that, and then people will give us feedback, and then we get another crack at it based on that public input.
Yeah, and I think thank you for reminding me of that point too. There is a formal regulatory process that will also be, that initiates once a draft of regulations is in fact adopted by the commission. That does require some form of public engagement. I guess the cleanest or the purest read of that requirement is it's either or, public comment or public hearing. Traditionally, this agency has done both, and done both, I think, in spades. One is multiple public hearings around the state, but also extending public comment periods. We've also gone so far as to publish that public comment that we've received, such that folks know what we're basing some of those decisions upon, but also folks may know that we got 10 different options on a certain policy choice.
So knowing that when someone is commenting or putting something in writing, it becomes a public record.
That is
Making sure.
that is true. Yep. That is absolutely true. And it's also, I should note too, a lot of these topics are not new to us. We've gotten public comment on social consumption before, for instance. Those working groups will have access to that previous public comment. So you have a good basis for what folks have already said to us. So if you've written to us in the past, that was not in vain. That will actually be a good basis for some of that as a jumping off point. But it also gives, I think, the working group's perspective on what have folks been telling us historically. So for instance, on social consumption, I think I mentioned at a recent meeting, looking at it through a lounge context, I think is narrow. There might be opportunities for venues, thinking about ways that consumption can be diverse potentially, where it might be, tasting menu or events or things like that, where that's what other jurisdictions have done. And so I think we want to gather all that information. I'm not saying that's what we're going to do, to be clear, but I guess I'm saying those are options. And I think that's where the commission itself needs to opine.
Thank you. Any, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, appreciate this slide. It's probably a little awkward to say I'm excited to jump into regulations. Nobody usually says that, but obviously we.
No, but that's why we love you.
But we have a lot of work ahead. I like this slide because I think to your point, Mr. Executive Director, we are engaging a number of stakeholders. We are asking for their comments earlier in the process than, as the chair pointed out, there's that formal piece to the regulatory process where we get comment. And I think this will help zero that conversation in, because in the time we've been here, we've heard from lots of stakeholders about changes to the regs. And I think it's important for us to establish these three topics we need to have done by November 9th. So I think it's important to reinforce that fact. We know a lot of people have talked to us about regs on other topics, and they're all important. We're all glad to be hearing from them, but this is the one that we're under obligations to complete. I do have a question. Obviously, you pointed out we contributed lots of ideas, thoughts around regulatory work. We had our staff engaged in that process as well. Is there the opportunity, as we go through conversations about host community agreements, municipal equity, social consumption, that maybe some of those other pieces of regulatory change suggestions can be folded into the topic? And I'm going to bring up a case in point, and bear with me, as we open up HCAs, which is a big part of the process. Big change from, kind of where the regs position us right now. I would love to see if it's appropriate to have a conversation about, we're making changes to the HCA regs, have them open. I'd welcome a chance to have a conversation around whether HCAs are in the right place in the licensing process. And when I talk about that, if we're going to be looking at them, should we also have a conversation around, should they be in the provisional process? Should they be in a final license process? I hope we can engage in that conversation as we go through that process, but, just welcome your thoughts in terms of process, in terms of looking for those spots. And I would also suggest there might be some low-hanging fruit of suggestions that came from commissioners, that came from staff, that is a quick decision, adding some of those other DBE groups to our regs as an example. That seems to be a quick change, impactful, but hopefully not too controversial, but at the same time also understanding the bandwidth of our team and our legal team to kind of marshal that process. And it is a lengthy process with lots of documentation, small business impact statements and everything else, but I give you a chance to comment or offer your thoughts.
Yes. So Megan, if you wouldn't mind jumping to the next slide. I'm getting scooped left and right. The answer is simply yes. I think that we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and as an agency, and I know as commissioners, and we know full well that this industry and the needs of it are not limited to three topics. And I know that as you've engaged with industry, as you've engaged with stakeholders, as you've engaged with cities and towns, et cetera, as you've engaged with patients and consumers, there are a number of needs across this agency, or excuse me, across this industry that can and should be addressed in a regulatory round. And that universe of topics is vast. It, in some instances, is controversial as far as choices need to be made. But I'm also mindful that you as commissioners make those choices. And I want to be, as staff and as supports for your exercise, in a position to offer advice or counsel, if I may, but also to facilitate those discussions to, if there's topics that you'd like research on, if there's topics that you'd like perspective on, or again, as you go around and get that feedback from folks, if there is a mechanism to either incorporate it into a draft, again, such that you may make a decision, or if there's a need to say, this one is big, this one is heavy. Perhaps we don't tackle it now, but we develop a plan to tackle it such that we can still meet our deadline and then come back but with, I think, some clear expectation as to when, because I think we don't want to leave some of this so unsettled that folks are left reeling and thinking, okay, so I have to wait for the next 3 years, 2 years, et cetera. And I think that's not, I don't think we would suggest doing that. What I do share with you is that, again, there's other things that, the big things I think require a working group. There are plenty of other things that may not require a working group, but that can be kind of put into a draft in an annotated way that says, I'll use as an example, frankly, telehealth. That's a drafting potential, but I think, again, I don't want to make any assumptions about that. But it can be put into a draft that says, would you like to include this? Yes or no? And it's really that simple. I don't want to oversimplify the question because I think it's a big question, but I don't think it needs a working group per se. I think it just needs to be a decision. But I also am mindful and I respect that's not my decision to make. That's the commission's decision to make. There are plenty of other, I guess I want to try to unpack culture a little bit if I can too. We as an agency and as staff, we live these regulations. We implement these regulations. We do our best to interpret these regulations, but there are areas where interpreting these regulations is actually awkward. It's difficult. It's not simple. We do our best. We try to go back to meeting minutes. We try to, the extent we don't declare things like legislative intent, we don't have that benefit. What we have, and we also don't have that original cohort of commissioners to come in and say, this is what I meant when I wrote that. That's where meeting minutes are actually really helpful. Meeting recordings are very valuable, but there's things out there like advertising, discounts. What do we do about things like that? Obviously, we've seen and witnessed across Massachusetts the proliferation of billboards, but I tend to get frustrated by the little font. I think it's there's nothing conspicuous about size 8 font on a giant billboard. So things like that.
Meaning warnings.
The warning
Yeah,
itself,
okay.
yeah. The product itself and the brand itself is pretty conspicuous.
Yeah.
What's missing is the warning. There's other elements that we see in the field pretty regularly, and I know that operators are frustrated by it. Signage is a huge issue as far as I've gotten a lot of feedback on the grammar of limited access areas. Again, the regulations though are clear. This is what it must say. And it even goes so far as to say in this size font and this, so it's very particular. It doesn't, and I think unfortunately, some of our staff are getting that feedback of this is nonsensical, or this doesn't make sense to me. And we do our best to try to diffuse that, but the truth be told, it's the regulation. We don't want to be out there issuing notices of deficiency on ticky-tack type of things, especially when we just talked about pesticides and other legitimately public health concerns. And also, never mind some of the financial interests and the big real compliance questions that I think we would have. That's time well spent on our agency's part, but the volume of some of those notices of deficiency that we see, that's us calling balls and strikes. That's us trying to just implement and again, enforce the regulations. But culturally, again, I think what I aspire to do is manage and I realize we're not 100% on this, and we have, I think a lot of hard work goes into trying to be consistent, but also we're human. And I think I respect that fact, but through education first. I don't want to come in and conduct an investigation or an inspection in a way that starts off as detective, for instance. We're not there looking for something. We're there looking for compliance. And if it's there, wonderful. If it's not there, there should be a conversation that just simply says, do you know why that's a regulation? We also know we have some major policy things that do require working groups. That may not be one of the HCA's municipal equity or social consumption. Labs. I'll start with labs. But then you start to unpack labs so deeply that there's a lot there. It's never mind we've heard from outdoor farmers as far as their challenges relative to microbials. And it's unpacking microbials. It's not just the detection limits. So I think it's the CTUs, where ours are low compared to the rest of the country, and other states just nearby are much, much higher. But also looking for specific microbials, not just any microbials, knowing that there's some good, some bad. Related to that is the methodology for testing for microbials, plating versus cultures. Digging a little bit further is I would love to have a really robust conversation about sampling. I think how samples are taken in cultivation facilities is, I think we have to have a conversation about it. I don't think the way we do it right now, I think it puts a lot of burden on the cultivator, but I also think it creates a lot of risk as well. And what we want to ensure is that the sample that's taken is truly representative of that batch size, 15 pounds versus some other weight. And knowing that there's some real risk to the cultivator of if we had a 100-pound batch size and that batch fails, now you're destroying 100 pounds worth of product. And so again, that's a business decision to a certain degree. But right now we're at 15 pounds per harvest batch, and then flash frozen, I think is, I want to say it's maybe 60. But all of those things are worth unpacking. And then obviously going further into labs, we can then spill into packaging and labeling, what goes on to some of these. And bear in mind too, and this is where I think folks get frustrated with us, is a lot of the label is required by law. Again, one of the conversations I had not too long ago was with the folks at the Poison Control Center. And they indicated to me they're getting phone calls about potential adverse events with cannabis, whether it be youth access, I know is a concern of some commissioners or all commissioners, I should say. But it's also just getting phone calls from folks saying I've had an unfortunate or an adverse experience. And one of the things I said to them was, do you know that your phone number must be on all of our labels? So the fact that folks are using that label to then make that call, I think is still a good thing. It also means that they're willing to call, which not too long ago was calling and admitting to drug use. Today, they're willing to make that phone call. I think that's a good thing. But again, that must be on the label. I know, Madam Chair, you and I have talked about things like QR codes, and is there a way to declutter some of that label? Branding on packaging. Also the child-proof and tamper-proof packaging. What is, think about the environmental impact of all of that plastic that's going into single-use packaging. But I know that we have environmental and energy standards that the commission put in place. Micro businesses, the ability to convert. I've said to micro businesses that have reached out to me, again, this kind of speaks to the moment. We wrote regulations back in 2017, and we're really proud of those regulations. We didn't get it perfect. No one here is going to argue that case. But in doing that, I think what was important is that we did it in a way that was engaged with industry, and it was a desire on our part to learn. Sometimes we're learning alongside industry, other times we're learning from industry. But micro businesses are capped at 5,000 square feet of canopy and 2,000 pounds of dry weight equivalent of extract or processing, excuse me. But they have no ability to convert that business from a small business into what would be a standalone cultivation or standalone product manufacturing. The reason ultimately, they can, excuse me, but they must surrender their license. They must wind down that license and surrender it and then apply anew for those 2 new licenses. I can sit here and honestly tell you today that that's because we didn't think about that conversion. It's that simple. It was kind of not afterthought, but it was one of those things that just did not occur. To me, that's my confession to you. I can't speak for the commissioners.
But you couldn't I mean, this is for the statement that you made earlier, which struck home with me about how some of these regulations came to be and some of what I consider possibly owners' burdens is that you did what you did. And I've said, this is like building a car going 50 miles an hour, and just making this go, and you're putting on the tailpipe and different things, right? It's not an easy
thing. I think
thing.
that's absolutely the case. And I think
The big dig of regulatory.
well, let's.
Well, no, I don't want to. What can I say? The big dig has a bad reputation, but what they ultimately did in terms of engineering and building and keeping things moving was pretty darn good. So
it's not a bridge to nowhere. That's for sure.
Right.
We like to bridge to go somewhere, and we're bridging something.
No, but I'm just saying you, and this is something, for you, the staff, but also the previous commissioners, what you were required to do, it's go set ready. You had to just stand this up, put this there, and you put this in place with the best effort and best of intentions.
I think that's right.
With limited understanding, because we were one of the first, to do this. So
You were creating a license type for local ownership,
Yeah.
local owners, local entrepreneurs, so that there was not a domination by
Yeah.
big multi-state operators.
That's right.
And here we are at a point where they've had some success and they're ready to go to the next
And
level.
what I hope micro businesses, and I want to convey especially empathy to them, that they are experiencing a growth problem, but it's in an environment as well where it's grow or die. And I think that's a real legitimate business concern of theirs right now. There's other elements, I think, again, kind of thinking through the regulations is, agent registrations is something I would love to tackle. The volume of agent registrations, but even thinking, and I think Commissioner Stebbins is, the analogy it extends to kind of the HCA process. Is that in the right sequence? Agent registrations, does that land in the right place? Right now it's tied to the employer. If I work inside of one facility, the employer enjoys my agent registration. But if I then go work somewhere else, I have to apply for a new agent registration, but I'm not applying, my employer is. Can it follow the agent such that they actually are empowered themselves? Can it be for longer than 1 year? We issue the badge every year. Can it be for longer than 1 year?
And that also falls into suitability as well. That's the way that a prospective employee can state, well, I've been deemed suitable,
Here I
so
am.
now.
And you can hire me today. I
Right.
can work today.
Mhm.
You don't have to wait 2 months, 3 months for me to go through that exercise. But none of these issues, again, are HCA, social consumption, or municipal equity, but they're just as important. They're especially just as important to folks that are living them. And again, I think then how we operationalize all of that is something that I appreciate commissioners are invested in, is what does implementation look like? What does implementation cost? What does it cost from a financial standpoint? What does it cost from a time standpoint? How quickly can we implement some of these changes? How quickly do we anticipate, or how do we prioritize implementation? Knowing that we can generally do one thing at a time. So I guess one of the points I want to convey to you, I don't know if this is the slide or not.
I know, before you go too far, I have a question on the last one. also.
So while you're looking at that, you want to pose your question,
Sure.
Commissioner?
Thank
Wright?
you, Madam Chair. I have a comment and then a question. And I appreciate the time that you spent on micro businesses because many have reached out to me. There's a few right literally in my backyard. They have hit some serious headwinds. Their limitations to grow their business. They cannot get investors because of that fact. So I appreciate that the time you spent around microbusiness. I think it's a worthwhile conversation and hopefully we're able to address that. Packaging, I appreciate you bringing up packaging. I noticed in this meeting book, we have new products, right, coming online. We have cold brews and coffees and how do we make sure, as we had an issue with ice cream in the past, to make sure that the packaging is child resistant. And so I will be looking at these new products that are coming online as well. And labs, I appreciate you bringing up labs. Next month, Madam Chair, I'm going to request this publicly. We talk about standards labs. So next month on the agenda, I'd like to have a robust conversation around standards labs in Massachusetts. And I just want to talk about what a regulatory round means. And my question, Mr. Executive Director, is I understand we have these 3 statutory mandates that we need to fulfill by November 9th, but many of us have put up in other areas of concern, whether it's advertising or as commissioners, what is our authority around regulations? Are we constricted to a regulatory round, or at any time, do we have the authority to bring something at any time that needs addressing and updating in the regs?
Your authority is to regulate. That is your authority to bring something. Your authority would only be limited by ultimately the regulatory process. So in other words, you need to propose what is a draft of that regulation change. That then must be published. Publication is not just putting it on our website, it's actually submitting it to the Secretary of State's office in the proper form. You then must open a public comment period. Again, that could be a submit or secure public testimony, whether it be written comment, for instance, or public hearing on those regulations. And then it must be promulgated. There's other things that must be done as well. That public comment period needs to be published in a newspaper of general circulation. Public comment period is I think it's 60 days it must be published for. You also need to submit a small business impact statement as to what the impact on businesses would be in your anticipation. I think notices must also be shared with the Department of Housing and Community Development as well as the Mass Municipal Association. So there is a formal process that is governed by the Secretary of State.
I don't know this. What is that?
Notices of the regulatory change. I think it's DHCD, so the Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as the Mass Municipal Association. And again, the small business impact statement. So all of those things are formal requirements. The precursor to all of that is the vote of a commission on a draft regulation. But to be clear, that draft regulation must be a draft regulation. It can't just be a policy statement. It can't just be a concept. It's got to be all of the formal shalls and mays and et cetera. So, 935 CMR 500 104 B63, like it's got to, and it's also got to be presented to your colleagues ultimately in a way that is understood, public, noticed, et cetera. But there is, I'll be honest, prior to this agency, there, in my opinion, or my mind, my experience, there was no such thing as a regulatory round.
Okay.
Things can be surgical. Most often agencies that do regulations do them in a surgical way, and they do them periodically. Some agencies take on a formal exercise of every 3 to 5 years. We review our regulations and we mark them up. But the opening regulations and starting at page 1 and proceeding from there until you get to the end is, we've done it now, I want to say close to 4 times. This will be probably the 5th, and it's an all-encompassing exercise, which is I think the thing I want to convey to you, in addition to all the other number of regulatory topics that any one of us could pull from our conversations, our email inboxes, et cetera, is that this regulation process is going to be all-encompassing at this agency. So I guess I want to share with you an expectation or help set your expectations that if it's not related to regulations, I'm not convinced and I don't believe that our agency can realistically tackle it. I think we need to focus. I think we need to focus on regulations. I'm looking forward to rolling my sleeves up alongside each of you and engaging with you, hopefully sharing an expertise with you if I have it. If I don't, I can probably find someone that might. I hope I can. And obviously, I think bearing in mind too, that some of that expertise is going to be coming from folks that live these regulations externally. It's going to be coming from folks that are either struggling to implement it or struggling to understand it. What does this truly mean for me? And I want to give our industry credit. They ask a lot of questions, but it's through a lens of, I want to be compliant. I just don't know what that means. And there's other folks, and we try to find them when they do, that look at the regulations and say, this is a loophole I can exploit. Let me try. So in some instances, it could be closing some of those loopholes or addressing some of that. But by and large, I find this industry and the folks that operate within it to want to be compliant. It's just a matter of I don't know how. And I think that's where our staff lives some of those interactions. And they want folks to be compliant. We don't want to be out there. A thing I would like to do is actually get away from the comprehensive investigation aspect. I think there should be an opportunity for us to kind of quick issue things, resolve things quickly, bring them in and say, this is a violation. Do you understand why? Okay, kind of almost like a ticket book. Not that I want to be out there doing flash fines, and I want to make sure that we're respectful of our leverage. But I don't think that everything has to be necessarily a kind of a comprehensive investigation. And I don't know that it necessarily is. The things that we do tackle are the things that really are severely risky to public health, safety, and welfare. So it is those pesticide cases. It is we put out a notice not too long ago about the Corodalis active ingredient that was in some of the products in our space. Our staff does a good job of looking into those matters quickly, wanting to be responsive. Obviously wanting to make sure the public is aware of some of those concerns. But again, to just reiterate, if it's not related to regulations, I think we just need to be honest with our capacity. This should be an all-encompassing exercise. This is our job. This is what we do as an agency. We regulate this industry, and I want to make sure that you have that attention from us, from me. And so all the other things that we have going on around the agency are very important, but it's a requirement that we prioritize a lot of that work. And again, just kind of riffing a little bit, I think about the universe of some of the small operators that are speaking to us and are sharing their challenges. It's the delivery folks that are saying, please help my business be viable. And looking at some of those circumstances, obviously the agent ratios, the technology that sits atop some of these businesses, what is their influence over these licensees? They're still bringing product to market as far as the technology themselves, but what does the consumer know about the business that they're actually buying from? So if you're buying from a third-party technology platform, is your interaction limited to that third-party technology platform? Do you even know which licensee is fulfilling your order? But also, what is the relationship between those two? I personally am not too afraid of technology, but I do think that relationship needs to be above board. And so those are things, and Those technology platforms have a lot of leverage in our industry, and they're known to us, but only through the contractual relationship. But we want to make sure that, again, that's kind of on the up and up, so to speak. The value of product that can be inside of a delivery vehicle, the transport vehicle. So there's so many topics that I know that you want to get to, that I would love to see us get to. I think about the ISO standards that are required for labs as well. I talked about Delta 8 and the potential to test for some of those things. Remediation, huge issue. Labeling of remediation, but also the flow of product through this industry, where a product that perhaps was remediated could become extract and then become part of countless child packages from there. And so when you label it, how do you do it in a way that is honest with a consumer or a patient, but not overly burdensome? And I want to be careful about this, overly burdensome from a traceability standpoint. In other words,
It took me a second to understand the child packages that you were talking about, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I think they're actually more often adult proof as well. But also bearing in mind the cost of that, the cost of those goods is also borne by the licensee. And then I think it's also important that we have a conversation about the things that we can't control. And for licensees, I think they view us as the end all be all for cannabis. We don't control 280E. And that is one of the single biggest burdens and challenges for licensees in this space. And it's oftentimes one of the most unknown challenges. If you are business planning to enter a cannabis space, find an accountant or yourself research 280E. It is going to, your ability to write off any of your business expenses is going to be severely limited by that. To the credit of our legislature and Governor Baker, there was a legislation was signed taking 280E off of state tax. But again, one, that's a DOR process, Department of Revenue, excuse me. But that does not solve your federal tax problem. Similarly, there is a cannabis expense related to finding a location and finding a properly zoned building. Good luck to you, especially with a saturation point. I know when we've talked about supply chain, we've talked about saturation as far as the cultivation is concerned and product saturation and that concern. There's been some discussion about, looking at canopy size, the 100,000 square feet, the ability of a licensee to expand their tier, never mind relegate and shrink their tier. I think that's certainly a ripe conversation to have. There's some bureaucratic hoops to jump through. The other thing I think we should be mindful of, and kind of philosophical at this point, I believe the plant is neither medical nor adult use once it's planted. So if you're clipping clones, popping seeds, its fate is not yet known. It could be a medical plant, it could be an adult use plant. Product may be medical, maybe adult use, depending on dosing, but it may really not be known. The fate of that product may not truly be known until point of sale. Yet we require folks to register their inventory as either adult use or medical. It's uncomfortable, it's awkward. It's probably a metric requirement generally, but that's how we trace it, that's how we track it. So all of these things, as you unpack them, have a business cost, they have a business intelligence cost, but we require a lot of things. And I think, Madam Chair, thank you for, I guess, acknowledging that lens that we were drafting through is not the same lens we're looking through today. We were not pardoning folks at the federal level for cannabis offenses 3 years ago.
No.
And I think that's also, I think we need to evolve, adapt, but I think we also need to anticipate the potential likelihood of the federal landscape evolving even further, regardless of administrations. What does federal legalization look like? Mm-hmm. How does Massachusetts compete in a federally legalized environment? How does Massachusetts survive in a federally legalized environment? Cultivation, frankly, is really expensive in Massachusetts. And we're not seeing, I think, again, my opinion, not yours necessarily, but the ability to export brands that are Massachusetts based and born. Mm-hmm. You're seeing West Coast brands come east. You're not seeing a lot of East Coast brands go west. And I think there's an opportunity to think about how do our regulations facilitate that potentially. Yeah. So plenty.
If I can, I don't know, if you still possess a question. You have a good memory then.
Sorry.
No. I think that sends what you just said sends a very important message to a whole slew of stakeholders. So I appreciate the time you took to do that.
I'll go back to my original question, but first I had a comment based on
Sorry.
the breakdown that you just provided. No, it's always
Young,
helpful.
she's got a good memory. It's okay.
It's always helpful. I think something that's not on the table today that we probably should have a conversation on is the frequency that we revisit our regulations. I know I brought this up before months and months ago when we talked about the regulatory review process. It's a unique time right now because we have the new law, so we're mandated to make some changes. But when we think about the small businesses, I know that this is one of, if not the most heavily regulated industry in the state. We are one of the more regulated cannabis agencies and states in the country. But because of that, there are some associated costs around, hiring lawyers and understanding sort of how to get up and running. So I just think that we should keep in mind if we can kind of develop a way to anticipate the frequency that we're going to make any sort of changes so that people are prepared for that as well. So that's that first comment. My original question, I'll apologize before asking it because I know sometimes I can get into the weeds of legislation and bills, but I wanted to talk about social consumption and if it's subject to that same promulgation deadline for the CCC, because it's a different sort of change. I know we still need to change and revise what's on the books right now, and it makes sense to do it in conjunction with HCAs and municipal equity. But I just wanted to really understand technically if it's subject to that same deadline.
So I would argue no. I would argue, if nothing else, we've already satisfied it. We do have regulations on social consumption. I think what you're going to see potentially, I think what we want to anticipate, this is more political than anything else, is things like town meeting season. So smaller towns that go through town meeting for their local ordinances, et cetera, are going to want to be thinking about zoning and bylaws for social consumption facilities, where they put them.
Right.
Or taking that the ability to actually opt in is through a local ballot question, and wanting to anticipate that season a little bit. So folks will probably want to know, town leaders will probably want to know, or city leaders, municipal leaders, excuse me, will probably want to know, what am I getting myself into? And right now what they have is a 12-person or 12 community pilot program. Again,
It makes sense. I know it makes sense. I just wanted to understand.
The obligation is no. Yeah, the technical answer I think would be no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Camargo?
I first of all, thank you so much for the conversation. Sean, I got to tell you publicly, I know you deal with a lot of craziness as an executive director and a lot of administrative work in managing this agency, but I really appreciate your intel today and your insight just on the industry at a high level. I feel like, sometimes we talk, but we're not able to have these larger conversations. So thank you for your expertise. I know you've been at this for a while, so I just really appreciate it. Excuse me. And I think a lot of the comments that you made today, I asked you a question a couple of slides before in terms of like the lists that we've turned in, and I love that you went down your list, which is great. So imagine all the things that you just sort of discussed. I know that I think all of us as commissioners have those things as well. So I think Commissioner Roy, your comment and question to Commissioner Concepcion's question about the frequency of regs and how we bring them up, I think it's fair. I also think that, we've also had a learning curve the last 2 years as commissioners and trying to kind of get some things, done. So I think it's a good time to, move forward. I feel like today's like the regs sort of reveal party, and now we have like 8 to 9 months to kind of like pop this baby, right? So I'm excited about getting to the work.
That's a technical term, but yes.
I looked at it and I was like,
just about 9 months, right?
yeah, just about 9 months. It may be a
Mhm.
little bit of a preemie for some of them, but it's okay. But I think to Commissioner Concepcion's question, the social consumption doesn't have that deadline. So I think it's something that we can also take our time with, but I'm also concerned, I think as other commissioners, that there's so many other things that we also want to work on. So I'm looking forward to the orientation that you all have set for us. Constituents are always reaching out, so I continue to ask them to reach out. And I'm excited to work with Commissioner Stebbins, but I'm also excited for my fellow commissioners and the topics that they're going to be having, but also working collaboratively with them on those topics as well. So Sean, thank you. And thank you, commissioners, for asking those thorough questions. This is a great conversation. I feel like
And
we're at the meat of our job. So thank you.
Okay, and again, because we're getting towards the noon time, this is a healthy, robust conversation, but Commissioner Concepcion.
I just wanted to make a comment because it's always good when we can have these conversations amongst ourselves at these public meetings. But I wanted to clarify for anyone who's watching that those three subjects are the focus and priority. And I guess this is another point to kind of clarify amongst ourselves.
Responsibility.
It's our responsibility, and this is sort of the priority for us moving forward for that November 9th deadline.
Mhm.
So anything else, and I'm looking around because it's kind of a question that I'm posing and also a statement.
Mhm.
The other things that might be on our list are secondary to those mandatory statutory changes.
Yep.
But one of the things, and again, not a proclamation or anything, but one of the things that I've been sort of thinking about in terms of, and this is not to make the staff fall over and say, oh my God, but having more regular, maybe off meetings where all we do, and limit it to a certain amount of time, but we have the opportunity within the open meeting law to have a conversation, because we have to get this done every single month, but some of these broader policy issues, we don't need the staff to staff us on this necessarily. We need to have the opportunity to kind of come together and have communication. So again, it's not any sort of pronouncement, but I think it's something we may want to consider. And again, not to add to Sean's burden, but I do think that having some of these conversations in an open meeting setting allows us to maybe clarify things and frankly save time and resources for the staff. So I think it's something. What?
That's the third bullet on this slide. I think that's a great point.
Oh.
And tried to anticipate that as exactly that case. So it's that expect periodic votes at commission meetings may also require scheduling separate meetings. I think that's also, we've done that historically, but I think to your point, and Commissioner Concepcion kind of feeding off of your point, there is a lot to do. And I think that kind of spirit of getting together and talking about policy, sometimes it's going to be messy as far as what do we want to do. And there might be disagreements. There might also be option A and option B, but together you come to option C, which is a hybrid of those two, or maybe, and also bearing in mind too, that there's going to be some policy choices again that are just yes or no. But those working groups may generate a series of, you may pull the thread and realize we didn't know that the rabbit hole went this deep, but now we're going to, and that's, if it's outside of that statutory mandate, you have time. You don't need to promulgate just because you're feeling that artificial pressure. The goal is to get it right. And I think that's where, I think Commissioner Concepcion, you asked a question or made a point, and I guess I'm interpreting your point as a question, which is the frequency. And one of the things that I'm mindful of is that biting all the regulations off at once is a Herculean effort. It's a massive lift. I think this agency is capable of surgery and doing that more periodically, more frequently. One thing to be mindful of is the risk of confusion to industry, as well as our staff. So our investigators that are in the field, our enforcement council staff that are getting questions from licensees, what does this regulation mean? I want to avoid the risk of which version of the regulations are you looking at? Was last month's or this month's, because they're two different versions. So I just want to be careful about that. But that's where I think we can sequence things in a productive way and also I think publicize things, talk about things publicly, set expectations publicly, where we just mitigate that risk. Because it is a risk. I'm not going to lie, it is a real risk, but it's also not enough of a risk to be an excuse to not do things. So, there's just one last slide that I already touched on.
Go ahead.
So, and I just want to support the statement that you said previously that maybe we need to entertain the idea of breaking up our meetings. One day licensing and another day policy. I want to commend our colleagues over at the Gaming Commission. If you follow State House News, they literally have been in meeting every day, to get sports betting up. But, sometimes I feel that we've run out of bandwidth and time to properly have the discussion we need around these important topics. And I think, maybe we have 2 a month, maybe during regs, we decide, I just don't want to run out of time, energy, or bandwidth to have the proper conversation that we need to have around these topics. I think Commissioner Stebbins, you kind of brought up something along these lines that you did at gaming. So I just want to say,
He'd raised this,
he has raised
before,
it, and I think it's,
yeah.
especially as we enter this phase, I think it's something we should seriously entertain.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Again, I don't know if there are any, I do want to allow you to sort of get to your grand finale here. So because
Again,
I appreciate the conversation from both the executive director and from all the commissioners. This is very helpful, and I hope it illuminates some things. And frankly, especially your comments. I think that some of our business stakeholders will be happy to hear what you said today. So thank you.
And I think just again, to Commissioner Roy's point, that is something our process anticipates is,
Yeah.
and I ultimately too, that's, the commission will decide if that's, but I agree, and we've done it before. So last slide on regulations. I already touched on this, which is that a lot of time and attention from both commissioners and from staff. Broad input from stakeholders, absolutely, without a doubt, and I threw out this process. But then again, that does limit our ability to tackle other things. And I will have, if there's something that I feel like we need to sacrifice or something that may not meet a deadline, I will be honest with you about that as far as coming back to a public meeting and saying, I need to reset expectations or ask you, are you okay if I reset these expectations because we're not going to be able to get to it or something else has to give? And I think, again, that's just I want to be honest with you and upfront about that. And lastly, and this is me trying to synthesize what this represents, which is this is a really powerful opportunity to revisit our regulations, to look at our rules, but doing it in a way that clarifies things, modifies things, but still balances. And I think this is an appropriate balance. What is a safe industry? Yes, first and foremost, public health, safety, and welfare is at the core of what we do. But similarly, what is a viable industry? How do folks find success in this space? And that's the balance and the tension that I think we feel oftentimes. But I also know that that's something that you guys take to heart. And I've heard that feedback throughout this regulatory development as far as where do we go next. And so again, the goal is to get those 3 working groups off the ground, get that quote orientation done as early as next week, and then allow you to embark on your process where you can engage with staff, get, how are you going to settle and construct your individual working groups? And then how are you going to put pen to paper and do that though with that stakeholder input, et cetera. So.
And something running on a parallel train track we didn't even address is all the bills that were recently filed in the legislature around cannabis, and us looking at all of those and deciding as a body if we want to put our muscle behind any of it with legislative outreach. So that's running on a separate train track that we can't neglect as well.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll let you sort of get to the final.
The last 2 are the traditional personnel hiring, et cetera. And then I will conclude my very brief report. So thank you for indulging me.
8 months, Sean. We got 8 months.
That's well, you're stuck with me. So let's see the hiring update. Next 2 slides. We've onboarded some new staff. We're obviously excited to welcome them to our team, which is managers of equity programming, strategic partnerships, as well as manager of community outreach. So those 2 individuals have joined our equity team, 2 fiscal specialists to join our CFAO's team. So obviously excited to have them, welcome them on board to work with Adriana and May, our budget director, and a constituent service associate to join our team at the constituent service side. We are in the final candidate stage for office manager, legal assistant, and desktop support analysts. So really building out our support structures around the agency, ensuring that, as I think Commissioner Roy, you touched on the value of our IT support staff and how often they are interacting with all of us across the agency. Also interviewing at this point for laboratory and testing analysts, obviously getting a more robust team to be in our labs and work with our labs, doing both compliance and policy, obviously under our director of testing, adding or interviewing for press secretary, as well as we have a lot of postings. So anyone should check our website if you are interested in joining our agency. Project coordinator for investigations and enforcement, policy analyst, paralegal for our enforcement staff, associate enforcement counsel, deputy general counsel, investigators, plural, more than 1, constituent service associate, again, trying to continue to build out that team. Same with desktop support analyst and adding to our HR ranks for HR generalist.
One last item I just wanted to raise, because we've talked about this, just to make sure that people know that we are still in conversation and discussion around the workplace safety, how employees, how we can protect employees, how we can provide them with easier, safer, more confidential pathways to reporting cases of unsafe workplace. We're looking at the possibility of incorporating whistleblower and other worker safety training within the core training that agents have to engage in. So again, it's not on the agenda. We're not doing this, but I just want people to know that this is a continuing, ongoing conversation, both structurally inside the commission, what we're looking at and how we're doing it and how we create that better communication internally and externally with employees who may be observing any sort of unsafe or what is perceived as an unsafe working condition. So again,
Madam Chair, and I'll have some comments when we hit the final license
Okay. Mhm.
portion of the
Yes.
agenda around that as well. Thank you.
I
Okay.
have a quick question.
Go ahead.
I know it's gonna catch you off guard, because
Here we go.
this happens when you go through things.
Karate stand.
Right, yeah.
Are we Corey friendly in our hiring practices?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, I think that's good to share that we are Corey friendly and are open to hiring those who have previous records.
Absolutely. Yep. And Madam Chair, if I may, on the
Please.
worker safety piece too, this is something that obviously we continue to think about, continue to be concerned about. And one element that I would encourage anybody, if you are aware of, and I want to just be mindful of, our jurisdiction, of course, is limited to Massachusetts, but we do know that there are licensees in our jurisdiction, either licensees or prospective applicants. If there are matters that pertain to workplace safety outside of Massachusetts, they are still relevant inside Massachusetts. So we have a number of suitability standards that folks must meet. And so if you have an open and unresolved marijuana business-related licensing issue in another jurisdiction, that is a suitability matter in Massachusetts. If there is a suitability matter that pertains to, and I'm going to misquote the phrase, but it jeopardizes or poses a risk to public health, safety, and welfare in your operation of a marijuana establishment. So think things like OSHA violations, OSHA investigations. Similarly, unfair labor practices, how you treat your employees. If those matters are pending in any other jurisdiction, it still is relevant in this state. So the importance that I want to convey to folks is we need to know about it.
Mhm.
And so if it's disclosed to us by the applicant, that's, I guess I'm not going to say that's wonderful, but it's information. It allows us to then process. If it's not known to us and also not disclosed to us, that also constitutes a potential violation as far as a misrepresentation to this agency. So I've seen plenty of news or discussion relative to the activities of other jurisdictions. I just want to convey to you, especially knowing your concern about this and knowing how you are concerned about this and are looking for not only what are regulatory changes, but what regulations do we already have? And that this is something that, as I think about it, it's an angle or a hook that this agency already enjoys, but we need to know about it. So if anybody is aware of it, I mentioned last month, a number of different outlets to us, call us, email us, get that information to us so that we can properly investigate it. So
Thank you, and I appreciate that. So again, unless if
I'm
you
done.
are
I promise I'm
concluded,
done.
that's okay. So I'm just trying to sort of look at the time. Yeah, we'll take a, Commissioner Camargo, did you have any comments?
No, just a restroom break.
Yeah, no, but I think that we're at the end of the executive director's report. So we may take, in essence, our sort of lunch break now, and if we need another break later on, but it feels like we can move through, I won't say rapidly because we never do this rapidly, but I think that we can move through this with pretty much efficiency with the rest of the agenda here. So I will suggest it is 12:15. Do we want to say 12:45 is half an hour because that gives us an opportunity midday? All right, so we will recess from 12:15 to 12:45. I can't remember. Do I need to do a vote on that? Do I usually do, but do I need?
Yes.
Okay, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Concepcion,
So moved.
do I hear a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments? If not, I will entertain a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record reflect 5-0 in favor of taking a 29-minute break until 12:45.
Oh, well, I have a little backup plan.
In the volume.
Great, let's make sure Camargo's on now for me.
You still.
Somebody has.
No, I think it's this.
It sounds like, what's that horror story? Does it sound like that horror
Michael
movie?
Myers.
Yeah, Michael Myers.
Friday the 13th.
Freddie.
So did you hit mute thinking you were solving Mike? It's. You hit it to mute it. I can just turn this. That's funny.
You see that?
Yeah.
Now you're down to 0.
How's that? Okay. Oh, sounds like you fixed it.
I think you guys are good.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, we're just trying to, there's a reverb that we're trying to get rid of here.
Should be good on the audio.
Thank God Paul's here.
Hmm?
We'll be FaceTiming on our phones. Like,
Illegally, yeah.
like,
Um, I put this on my name, but why is that yellow? Do you know?
oh, those are my conditions.
Yeah. I don't know, like summer yellow. This is the list.
So, right, so it should be arrow, should be yellow. I did not, yeah. No, and that is it. Sorry.
The why it's not yellow. This is what I'm saying is that
I
out
don't know
of
why it's
yours,
yellow.
Now, all right, there we go. We can see the picture now. Good. All right, returning back from our lunch recess, we're going to be turning now to the licensure portion of the meeting. Derek Chamberlain is presenting on behalf of licensing today. Derek, do you want to start with the staff recommendations on change of ownership?
Certainly, Chair. Hello, Commissioners. So today, there are two proposed changes of ownership for the Commission's consideration. Commission staff recommend review and decision on the proposed changes of ownership before you. First here is East Boston Bloom LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and are requesting to add one individual. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. And therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request. And if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Attending to East Boston Bloom LLC, I seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for East Boston Bloom LLC. Commissioner Stebbins, would you submit a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Are there any questions or discussion about this? Hearing none, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that East Boston Bloom LLC change of ownership has passed 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Going to Galil Greenery, DBA Balagan Cannabis.
Yep, the licensee here is Galil Greenery LLC, doing business as Balagan Cannabis. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and are requesting to add 2 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request. And if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I will seek a motion to approve the staff's recommendation, change of ownership for Galil Greenery. Commissioner Concepcion, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a second?
Second.
I will take any questions or comments. Hearing none, I will move to a roll call. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the change of ownership for Galil Greenery, doing business as Balagan Cannabis, has been approved 5-0. Moving now to provisional licenses.
Thank you, Chair. Today there are 19 provisional license recommendations for the Commission's consideration. Additionally, this group of provisional licensees also includes 1 social equity participant and 1 disadvantaged business enterprise. Commission staff do therefore recommend review and decision on these provisional licenses. The first of which here is Arrow Cultivate LLC. The proposed location is 237 Bow Wow Road, located in Sheffield, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana cultivation license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Commissioner Stebbins, is this where you wanted to make a statement? I know that both you and Commissioner Roy have additional conditions.
Yeah, I have a proposed condition on Arrow Cultivate, but I want to make a general comment about the provisional licenses. Sorry, Derek, didn't mean to jump ahead of you.
And I apologize. I thought you wanted to do this later in the process. So
No,
my
no,
apologies.
if you'll permit me, I just want to mention a topic, and as we head into our discussion on provisionals, and one that I've made before, reading diversity plans in one application and then reading the same version in another application from a different licensee continues to frustrate me. This kind of cut and paste or asking someone else to do your homework is a little frustrating. We must acknowledge that these plans need to be unique and reflect each business's mission and potential location. Commissioner Camargo and I and a great team here work to update our diversity guidance, again, to help take that guesswork out of the process for any new applicants. And, it's important to recognize that we review each licensee's progress every year toward their goals. And if you're not setting goals realistically, if you're not setting goals, really with a plan that is your own, I don't want to see anybody set up for failure. So I recognize that the process of getting a license it's time consuming. It's a lot of work. But I think a well-crafted diversity plan and a positive impact plan are so important to the industry and the communities around a licensee's location. So I raised this. I still haven't, for myself, tried to figure out how we can address this. We've made tools available, but it's something I'm going to continue to look for in new applications as they come in, and continue to talk with folks in the industry about this. But thank you for letting me to just kind of add those concerns ahead of our discussion.
So thank you for the statement. I believe that both Commissioners Roy and Stebbins do have conditions for Arrow Cultivate number MCN 283773. Commissioner Roy, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Arrow Cultivate LLC, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for outdoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 501-2012I and 935 CMR 501-2014. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, review diversity plans, specifically program number 7, and consider any strategy to utilize Berkshire County media and job posting resources to accomplish goals in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101, 1C8K, and provide any update to the CCC licensing division.
Thank you. So subject to those additional conditions, I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of Arrow Cultivate LLC. Commissioner Roy, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will take the roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. Arrow Cultivate MCN 283773 has been approved 5-0 on its provisional license. Moving to Botanica LLC.
Yep, the applicant here is Botanica LLC. The proposed location is 620 Broadway, located in Somerville, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, and I believe that Commissioner Roy has an additional condition.
For Botanica LLC, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. Thank you.
Okay, I will, subject to that additional condition, I will entertain a motion to approve Botanica LLC retail license number MRN 284664. Commissioner Stebbins, would you care to make a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, would you second that?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. The provisional license of Botanica LLC has been approved by the Commission, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Carbon Canopy Corporation.
Yes, Chair. And just to note, numbers 3 and 4 for Carbon Canopy here are located at the same address, so they'll be presented together. So the applicant here is Carbon Canopy Corporation, doing business as Carbon Canopy. The proposed location is 183 Davis Street, located in Douglas, Massachusetts. They're seeking cultivation and product manufacturing licenses, and they received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. So I will Hearing no additional conditions, I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license for Carbon Cannabis Corporation, MCN 283-799, Tier 2 Indoor Cultivation. Commissioner Roy, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I hear a second?
Second.
I will, any questions or comments?
Just a quick comment and acknowledgement of Carbon Cannabis, their positive impact plan. I every once in a blue, I like to make a comment for those licensees or prospective licensees that have committed to providing resources for people with criminal records. So I wanted to highlight this as one of those provisional licensees, their applications who've done that. I'm noticing that that's becoming more frequent, and I'm happy to see that there's some acknowledgement to assist and help people come into this industry that have previously have records for criminal offenses. So with that in mind, I just wanted to tip my hat and acknowledge that.
Thank you. Would you care to move in favor of this license approval?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Commissioner Camargo, would you like to second that?
Second.
All right. If there's any further discussion, hearing none, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. I can't say this. Carbon Cannabis Corporation, Tier 2 Indoor Provisional License is approved. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Again, moving to Carbon Cannabis Corporation, Product Manufacturing, MPN 282237. I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Hearing none. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. Carbon Cannabis Corporation, Product Manufacturing has been approved. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving to Caroline's Cannabis LLC.
Yep, the applicant here is Caroline's Cannabis LLC. Proposed location is 4 Charlesview Road, located in Hopedale, Massachusetts. They're seeking a product manufacturing license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And I believe that Commissioner Roy has an additional condition.
And before I read my condition, Madam Chair, I just want to say we had a great opportunity to meet with the folks who own Caroline's Cannabis last Friday when we had that cannabis roundtable over at Nichols College. So it was a great opportunity to talk to them and hear their concerns. Also of note, Caroline, it was the first woman-owned business east of the Mississippi in cannabis. So she is a little bit of a celebrity, shall we say, in the cannabis world. Having said that, I will read my condition. Caroline's Cannabis LLC. Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing that condition, I will entertain a motion to approve Caroline's Cannabis MPN 282232 product manufacturing. Commissioner Roy, will you care to make a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Any questions or comments?
Another comment.
Okay.
I will, in the same vein as my last comment, I'll reiterate something that Commissioner Roy also mentioned. I, myself and Commissioner Camargo had the opportunity to go out and visit Caroline's Cannabis in Uxbridge. Correct me if I'm
You're right.
And that was within, I believe, our first few months of becoming commissioners. And I just wanted to say thank you again, because it was a really insightful and informative visit. But I also want to commend Caroline's Cannabis for their positive impact plan as well. Again, in that same vein, they're recruiting 20% of its staff will be residents who have past drug convictions. And I want to commend that. I think it's important that we highlight this industry is inclusive, and it's important that we have people who are working in the regulated industry who have a past of working before the industry became regulated. So I just wanted to do that again. I think there are a few more down the line as well with some of our provisional licenses, but I wanted to highlight that as well. So hats off to you, Caroline's Cannabis.
Okay, thank you. And again, I will ask if you will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Do I hear a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Okay, having been moved and seconded, any questions or comments? Hearing none, Caroline's Cannabis LLC, MPN 282232. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect the approval 5-0 of Caroline's Cannabis Product Manufacturing. Moving to Catahoula Cannabis.
Yep, the applicant here is Catahoula Cannabis LLC, doing business as Health for Life Fall River. The proposed location is 160 Hartwell Street, located in Fall River, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. And therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. There are no additional conditions. I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of Catahoula Cannabis, MRN 284693 retail. Commissioner Camargo, would you submit a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do you second that
I
motion?
second that motion.
Hearing a motion and a second, any comments or questions? Hearing none, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect Catahoula Cannabis Provisional License is approved 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Ember Gardens NBR.
Yep, the applicant here is Ember Gardens NBR LLC, doing business as Ember Gardens. The proposed location is 1 Nauset Street, located in New Bedford, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And I believe that Commissioner Roy has a condition.
And I just want to thank licensees as I have added conditions around consumer education with the Massachusetts Substance Helpline that is in the regulations, not or, I mean, not and, but or, I'm sorry, not or, but and. I didn't see any consumer education in their dispensing plan. So this is going to be a robust condition for them. Ember Gardens, prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935, 500, 146, A through J, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education. To ensure compliance, consumer education materials shall include subsections A through J and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing that condition, I now seek a motion to approve the provisional license subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy, would you care to make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, would you care to second that motion?
Second.
Any comments or questions? Hearing none, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that Ember Gardens MRN 283710 retail has been approved 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Green Collar Cannabis.
The applicant here is Green Collar Cannabis LLC. The proposed location is 16A Copacut Road, building number 2, units 5 and 6, located in Freetown, Massachusetts. They're seeking a product manufacturing license, and they received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of Green Collar Cannabis, MPN 282202, product manufacturing. Commissioner Stebbins, would you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect Green Collar Cannabis Product Manufacturing Provisional License is approved, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Green Gold Group.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Green Gold Group. The proposed location is 1140 Thorndike Street, located in Palmer, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, and I believe Commissioner Roy has an additional condition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Green Gold Group, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
And hearing no additional conditions, subject to that condition, I will entertain a motion to approve this provisional retail license. Commissioner Concepcion, would you care to make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Rowe, would you care to second?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will take the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect Green Gold Group, MRN 284703, has passed 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to multiple licenses for Health Gardens.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Healing Gardens LLC. The proposed location is 19 Richards Road, located in Plymouth, Massachusetts. They're seeking both a cultivation and product manufacturing license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Hearing that description, I will entertain a motion for Healing Gardens LLC, MCN 283774, Tier 2 cultivation. Commissioner Stebbins, would you care to make a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Rowe, will you second that motion?
Second.
Any comments or questions? Hearing none, I'll take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the cultivation tier 2 for Healing Gardens has been approved, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Now moving to the same applicant with a product manufacturing for Healing Gardens, number MPN 282225. I'll entertain a motion to approve. Commissioner Concepcion.
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect Healing Gardens MPN 282225, product manufacturing approved, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Health Circle.
The applicant here is Health Circle Incorporated. The proposed location is 120 Enterprise Drive, located in Marshfield, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, and I believe Commissioner Roy has an additional condition.
For Health Circle Inc., prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146 A through J, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education to ensure compliance. Consumer educational materials shall include subsections A through J and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you.
Thank you. Subject to that condition, Commissioner Roy, would you like to move the provisional license for Health Circle?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect Health Circle MRN 282585 retail has been approved, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Lunar Extracts.
Yep, the applicant here is Lunar Extracts Incorporated. The proposed location is 144 West Britannia Street, Unit 5B, located in Taunton, Massachusetts. They're seeking a product manufacturing license, and they received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioners Roy and Stebbins have conditions. Commissioner Stebbins, would you care to go first?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. My proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, review and update diversity hiring goals and diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region, and not only based on overall state statistics in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
For Luna Extracts, Inc., prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include policies, written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139.
Thank you. So subject to those conditions, I will seek a motion to approve Lunar Extracts Provisional License MPN 282247 Product Manufacturing. Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
I will, any questions or comments? I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect Lunar Extracts provisional license is approved, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Mass Tree Holdings.
The applicant here is Mass Tree Holdings LLC. The proposed location is 79-81 Main Street, located in Rutland, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Roy has a condition.
Mass Tree Holdings LLC, prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 500-12014.
Thank you. So Commissioner Roy, would you care to make that motion, which includes your conditions?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I hear a second?
Second.
Any comments or questions? Hearing none, we will take a call of the roll for Mass Tree Holdings MCN 283709 Cultivation Tier 2. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the provisional license for Mass Tree Holdings has been passed, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Project Flower.
Yep, the applicant here is Project Flower LLC. The proposed location is 13 Hope Avenue, located in Worcester, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
And I believe Commissioner Roy has an additional condition.
For Project Flower LLC, prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 CMR 500-12014. Thank you.
Thank you. And subject to that condition, I would entertain a motion. Commissioner Roy,
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will take a call of the roll for Project Flower MCN 283727. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect Project Flower provisional license passes, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Sanctuary Medicinals.
The applicant here is Sanctuary Medicinals Incorporated. The proposed location is 130 Commerce Way, located in Woburn, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Stebbins has an additional condition.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. My proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan, and consider any strategy for outreach to nearby area of disproportionate impact designated communities of Chelsea and Revere, and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500-101-1A11 to the CCC Licensing Division.
Thank you. Would you care to make that motion subject to your condition?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that, I said a motion. Will you second that motion?
Condition.
All right. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll take a call of the roll for sanctuary medicinals, MRN 284210. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect the provisional license for sanctuary medicinals has been passed, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Whately Cultivation Partners.
The applicant here is Whately Cultivation Partners, LLC. The proposed location is 62 Christian Lane, located in Whately, Mass. They're seeking a cultivation license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I believe both Commissioners Roy and Stebbins have additional conditions. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whately Cultivation Partners LLC, prior to performing job functions at marijuana establishment, all internship program participants, as stated in goal number 2 of your positive impact plan, must become registered agents in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and provide agent registration card to the Commission upon request pursuant to 935 CMR 500-030. A marijuana establishment shall apply for registration for all of its employees, owners, executives, and volunteers who are associated with that marijuana establishment. Thank you.
You are good. You really, I will tell you, you dig. That's very good. Commissioner Stebbins, I'm sure you are just as good. Share your condition with us.
Setting the bar kind of high. My proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider any strategy for outreach to nearby area of disproportionate impact designated community of Greenfield and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A11 to the CCC licensing division.
Thank you. Subject to those conditions, Commissioner Stebbins, will you move to approve Whately Cultivation Partners MCN 282087?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
I will, any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. Whately Cultivation Partners is passed in favor, 5-0 opposed. Moving on to Wicked Cultivation.
The applicant here is Wicked Cultivation LLC. The proposed location is 15 Charlotte Court, located in Middleborough, Mass. They're seeking a cultivation license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Hearing that, I will entertain a motion to approve the Tier 3 indoor license for Wicked Cultivation, MCN 283688. Commissioner Camargo, would you care to make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Any comments or questions? Hearing none, I will move to a roll call. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. The provisional license for Wicked Cultivation passes 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Green Gold Group.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Green Gold Group. The proposed locations for this vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center are 60 Prospect Street, located in North Brookfield, and 1140 Thorndike Street, located in Palmer, Massachusetts. They're seeking a medical treatment center license, and they received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, do you have a condition for Green Gold Group?
No. So do I?
I have that here, but I didn't, for some reason, didn't check it off.
No.
Anyway, okay, so we'll move on. Hearing no additional conditions, I will ask Commissioner Concepcion, will you offer a motion to approve Green Gold Group RMDA 3831?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second?
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. Green Gold Group provisional license approved, 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Madam Chair, I had a comment at the end of the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, no, it's.
Oh, okay.
We're
Please.
done voting.
Yeah. We're done with that. Can, I will give the floor to Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. So I saved this comment just in the interest of time because there were a few now licensees that also included in the positive impact plans to incorporate and assist those who have criminal records. So I wanted to just highlight them because I've gone through 2, but the list is long and I'm happy to see that it's becoming longer and longer. Catahoula, my apologies if I'm saying that wrong, Cannabis LLC, Green Collar Cannabis, Healing Gardens, Lunar Extracts, Mash Tree Holdings, and Waitley Cultivation Partners. I wanted to highlight each of those in addition to Caroline's Cannabis and Carbon Canopy Corporation for their commitment to hiring. There's a few different variations in all of these positive impact plans, whether it be for hiring people who have criminal convictions on their records for drug convictions, assisting in the sealing or expungement of records, or providing other resources for those individuals and their families. I just wanted to highlight that and just say that I look out for those things. And I think that it's become really evident to anybody who's been watching our meetings over the last couple of years that this is something of particular interest of mine. And I just wanted to highlight those and commend them for that.
Thank you. Okay, Derek, we can move on to recommendations on final licenses.
Thank you, Chair. Let's see. Today there are 10 final license recommendations for the Commission's consideration, and Commission staff do therefore recommend review and decision on these final licenses. And if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. We have conditions though. So
We do.
we vote these as a group and then so there's, sorry, I just looking. So I will go to number 2, Buds Goods and Provisions Corp. MP 281507 product manufacturing. There are 2 additional conditions that are being offered for this. Commissioner Stebbins, would you care to go first?
I don't have one for Bud.
Okay.
I think.
All right. So that 1. Okay, Commissioner Roy, you.
And Mr. Potvin, are you able to join us?
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
How are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. So prior to me reading this condition, I did have a meeting with Mr. Potvin, who's the director of our licensing team, to discuss workplace safety and our whistleblower SOP. As we mentioned last meeting, you said that, Executive Director, that in our regulations that we do require a whistleblower SOP. So I just wanted to get some edification around the process. And really when the licensee needs to produce it is in the final licensing phase, not so much in the provisional phase. So this condition is new for us, and it's co-sponsored by myself and Chair O'Brien.
That's why there are 2 stars.
That explains the second star.
It's me.
So when we get our final license applications in our board book, we get the executive summary and we get the PPLI. So we haven't to date really seen the whistleblower SOPs in the PPLI and Executive Director Cons, and I'll pose this question to Director Potvin. Is this something as commissioners we would be able to get on a monthly basis when we get to this final license phase as part of that post-provisional license inspection packet, so commissioners can look for best practices in these whistleblower SOPs? And I don't know who wants to answer that, but Mr. Potvin, I guess.
Thank you, Commissioner. As far as including it in the PPLI report, is it possible? Yes, but I would have to defer to the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, as well as the Executive Director, and also consult with the Director of Investigations to discuss how to do that and kind of work out the logistics.
Okay. And thank you for that. And Mr. Executive Director, would the commission entertain dedicating a specific line in the future, a whistleblower line?
Yes, so I'm looking a little bit at our chief of technology and innovation. So yes, the simple answer is yes. I think the question to consider is staffing it, supporting it, and what that looks like as far as a flow. But yes, absolutely. And whether it's some combination of telephone number, email inbox, et cetera, all of that. And I'm really thinking about the operational aspects of it. So how do you triage? Where does it go? Those types of things. So yes, the simple answer is yes. And of course, the only other thing I can provide is the lawyerly answer of it depends on any number of factors. So sure. And then to piggyback too on Director Podvin's reaction, I know in the PPLIs we do provide other things. So for instance, drug-free workplace, security plans, et cetera. So possibility, yes. As far as the other expectation I would set is as our staff go off and get that material, I can assure you there's already, because this is a rolling basis for us, we've already done inspections that may already have a PPLI accompanied. So much like you see these things in like the diversity plan you saw a few months in, you started to see those. It may be that not all next month, but perhaps the following month that could be done. So sure.
Okay, good. Okay. Thank you both. Thank you so much. Having heard that, I will read the condition that is co-sponsored for Buds, Goods, and Provisions Corp. Prior to receiving commence operations in accordance with 935 CMR 500-105-1R, please present to the Commission your written operating policies and procedures to promote workplace safety, consistent with the standards set forth under the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970. In addition, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-105-94B, under personnel policy and procedures, please also present to the Commission your employee whistleblower policy. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe you have another condition for Cedar Roots.
Yep, so there'll be 3 of these, so they'll be the
just gonna go
same.
through,
Yep,
yes,
so I will.
Yeah, those are the only conditions
Yes,
for any,
yes.
so you can just go
So
through.
for Cedar Roots LLC, they're a cultivation tier 1 indoor prior to receiving commence operations in accordance with 935 CMR 500-105-1R. Please present to the Commission your written operating policies and procedures to promote workplace safety, consistent with the standards set forth under the Occupational Safety Health Act of 1970, 29 U.S.C. Section 651. In addition, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-105-94B, under Personnel, Policy, and Procedures, please also present to the Commission your employee whistleblower policy.
And finally, Top Shelf Canisters.
Top shelf canisters, cultivation tier 3 indoor, prior to receiving commence operations in accordance with 935 CMR 500-105-1R. Please present to the Commission your written operating policies and procedures to promote workplace safety, consistent with the standards set forth under the Occupational Safety Health Act of 1970, 29 U.S.C. Section 651. In addition, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-105-94B, under Personnel, Policy, and Procedures, please also present to the Commission your employee whistleblower policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions from the commissioners?
Just a comment. I like those conditions.
Oh, thank you.
Question just to clarify.
Please.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just moving forward as far as the PPLIs and what we gather, it's not, I just want to clarify, it's not your expectation that we would limit that to license types, but instead for all licensees?
Yes,
So I'm thinking retail should have whistleblower
Yes.
protections too.
I agree.
We were just focusing on this because of the sort of recent story, so.
Want to make sure when we go forward.
Yeah. So anyway, after that, thank you, Derek. So with no additional questions or comments. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So are all 3, for those 3 different licensees, are those joined conditions? Is that you, Chairwoman, and?
We're co-sponsoring
Yes.
it. Yes.
Okay.
So anyway, anything else? Commissioner Camargo, you good? Okay. Hearing no additional questions or comments, I will entertain a motion to approve the final licenses for licensees 1 through 10. Commissioner Roy, would you make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation to approve the final licenses for these 10 licensees?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that motion?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye, and thank you for those conditions.
thanks. Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes, I'm like, chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. Licensees 1 through 10 for final licenses have been approved, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. And now staff recommendations on renewals. Now, excuse me, Commissioner Stebbins, did you want to make a statement?
Yeah,
now?
if you
Okay,
don't
that's where I
mind.
had your statement, so I just
Yep.
want to give you an opportunity.
And-
Sorry, Derek, just give us a sec.
Sorry, Derek, jumping in ahead of you again. Also have a couple of conditions on our renewals, but just in general, a couple of acknowledgements, channeling Commissioner Camargo here a little bit from the current list of renewals who have commenced operations. Freshly Baked, which is our MBE, VBE micro business. I want to compliment them. Great reporting format on their PIP and diversity plan. 63% of their employees are from our priority target groups. Lazy River Products surpassing 4 of their 5 hiring goals. Pure Industries, Green Lady, Harvest Club, Rooted In, showing good success. I think Rooted In has barely been open 2 months. And also congrats to Nova Farms for working with their local veteran service officers to help them reach their veteran hiring goals. I talked about the challenge of hiring veterans at our last meeting. The 24 renewal applications from licensees who have commenced operations, about 19 are not hitting their targets or missing goals in some of the hiring categories. More often than not, it's veterans, LGBT residents, and disabled residents. So I read the news, and certainly I think we all appreciate the labor market in Massachusetts is very tight right now. So I appreciate all the efforts being undertaken by our licensees, and some confess to having more work to do. So glad to see that the energy and the efforts are being put in the right direction. So more to keep an eye on.
Commissioner Stebbins, and I just want to acknowledge, I believe that you and Commissioner Camargo have taken particular, and I don't know if anyone else, but I know that you guys have taken particular attention to pay attention to this, and I think that that's really important. So I want to thank you both for doing that.
Thank you.
Derek, would you report on these renewals?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. Today, there are 52 license renewal recommendations for the Commission's consideration. Commission staff recommend review and decision on the renewal applications before you, and if approved, request that the approval be subject to the licensee remaining in compliance with the Commission regulations and applicable law.
Thank you. I have two recusals, number 19 and 20. So what I will do is I will entertain a motion for renewals numbered 1 through 18 and 21 through 52. Hold on, you have the holistic industries. There is one condition. So
Yeah,
I will hold that thought, and I will ask, there are 2 actually. Commissioner Roy, are these both yours?
No.
No, Commissioner Stebbins, are these both yours? Could you care to iterate the caregiver patient connection condition?
Sure. This is for Caregiver Patient Connection LLC, MPR 243931. Within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to identify any goals for hiring people of color, veterans, residents with disabilities, LGBTQ+ citizens under licensee's diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1034B. And the 2 proposed conditions for Holistic Industries, which is MRR 206326. The first is within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, contact licensing division provide an update to identify goals and progress for hiring veterans under licensees diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1034B. And the second condition for Holistic Industries is within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, contact CCC Licensing Division and provide an update relative to goals and progress for utilizing diverse vendors in accordance with licensees diversity plan under 935 CMR 500.1034B.
Thank you. So continuing on that vein, so I do have, as I said, two recusals, number 19 and number 20, Greenfield Greenery and Hadleaf. So I will entertain a motion, Commissioner Roy, to approve the license renewals of 1 through 18 and 21 through 52. Will you make that motion?
So moved.
Will you second that motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Any questions or comments? So subject to the conditions as articulated by Commissioner Stebbins, I will take a call of the roll for the licenses 1 through 18 and 21 through 52. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and these particular licensees have been renewed. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and I will step aside for our new secretary to take a roll call for numbers 19 and 20.
Mr. Chamberlain?
Yep, thank you, Commissioner. Let's see. Oh, excuse me, lost my spot. All right, these final two license recommendations for Commission's consideration today. Commission staff recommend review and decision on the renewal applications before you, and if approved, request that the approval be subject to the licensee remaining in compliance with the Commission's regulations and applicable law.
Seeing no conditions, I will entertain a motion to approve the renewal of number 19, Greenfield Greenery LLC, MCR 140422, and number 20, Hadleaf Holistic Greens Dispensary LLC, MRR 206332. Do I have, seeing no conditions, I will entertain a motion. Any questions or comments from my fellow commissioners? Not hearing any. Commissioner Concepcion, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, may I have a second?
Second.
I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy. Aye. Let the record reflect that both number 19 and 20 have been approved for renewal. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. Okay, so now we're moving on to staff recommendations on responsible vendor training renewals.
I don't believe there are any.
What?
Are there any on the agenda?
I don't know, I just have that listed here. I don't know if there's anything.
think
Okay,
it
so
was
we don't
safe.
have any. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Derek. Sorry, my confusion. So anyway, having no staff recommendations on responsible vendor training renewals, move to commission discussions and votes. Mr. Executive Director, would you please discuss we moved until this date an extension of expiring COVID-19 orders regarding telehealth, curbside pickup, virtual community outreach meeting. Do you want to just sort of give us a brief description of that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be glad to. So as you know, in December, the underlying COVID era, COVID-related orders relative to telehealth, curbside pickup for medical marijuana treatment centers, and virtual community outreach meetings were scheduled to expire end of calendar year. You in the month of December extended those provisions until such time as we could pull some data and some insight into whether or not they should be extended any further. So we are back today with some data and some information for you. The data has not shifted or moved from those data points I provided back in December, but we tried to package them a little bit more so you could have some additional insights. I'll start with telehealth. You see here on this slide that this has been something that has been in place since March of 2020, which is really when COVID, although began in January or so, it really became rampant in March, and a lot of these administrative orders were installed and put in place at that time. Since then, an average of 80% of all of those initial provider visits. To be clear, renewals of someone's medical marijuana certification may be done through telehealth today pursuant to regulation. So it's really these initial certifications when someone is first introduced to the medical use of marijuana program. About 80% on average are using telehealth. So it's obviously of value and use as far as folks are embracing it. In December of 2022, so last month, or now we're in February, so the end of the calendar year, 87% of those visits were conducted through telehealth. The highest percentage we had was in May of 2020 at 91%, and the lowest was in September of 2021 at 53%. For context too, I think it's important just to understand volume. The highest month we had during COVID of patients coming into our system was April of 2020. And it was more than 10,000 patients were introduced to our system as first-time registrants or medical patients. Of those 10,000, 8,500 utilized telehealth for that initial visit. In May of 2020, it was another 7,000 individuals came into our system. So between those 2 months, it was over 17,000 patients that were not previously medical patients, and that makes sense. April and May was the initial onset of COVID, but it was also the same time period that adult use was deemed non-essential. So folks were pivoting to the medical system to access medicine. On average, we see about 2,500 patients a month come into our system during this time frame. So if 80% or so are using telehealth, just gives you a sense of volume. We began the telehealth system in March of 2020, as it notes, and that month, just before that kind of onslaught that we saw at 17,000, was 2,700 patients, and 521 individuals used telehealth, but we introduced it mid-month, so it makes sense that not everybody would. Again, that's the telehealth example. I'm not sure if you want me to pause there with some discussion, but we can also move on to the other orders.
I wanted to just keep moving on unless anybody has any questions. I mean, I think, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just quick, and I think this relates to the telehealth and the initial visits. Mr. Executive Director, as I understand it, the statute intends for a bona fide relationship between the physician and patient, but it was actually in our regs where the requirement for the first visit being required to be in person.
That's right.
I generally are in favor. I'm assuming if we want to make this telehealth availability permanent, it's got to be created in regs. And certainly okay with that, certainly understand, the access and availability of the services for a patient thinking about Western Mass, where the nearest NTC or physician might be. But, if we do decide to extend it, decide to create regs around it, somehow understanding how those regs might try to find a way to balance that bona fide relationship with the availability of telehealth will be something I'll be looking for.
If I can just because you and I had a quick conversation about this the other day, and one of the things, there was literally just an article in the Boston Globe a couple of days ago that talked about the lack of being able to access primary care physicians. And so this, I think, is, especially since COVID, in the last several years, you've had, baby boomers retiring from the medical profession. And in that article, I think, highlighted how difficult it is. And I shared, with Commissioner Stebbins, I have two sisters who are, living out in Western Massachusetts. Both of them, have it's been near impossible for them to get primary care physicians. There's just a dearth of them that are within the network that they have. So, I do think that this is something that as we sort of review this, look at regulations, understanding the need to have that relationship with the primary caregiver, but trying to figure out how we can make that as seamless as possible when just trying to get, basic care becomes more and more difficult in terms of an in-person setting. So Commissioner Roy.
And, you know, I can see that in the statistics that it was a well-used service during the pandemic. But these extensions are directly at odds with 501010, Section 8A. And if I may, a clinical visit may occur in person or by telehealth means, provided that a clinical visit for issuing an initial certificate of registration must be conducted in person. So these, and I get it, it was the pandemic and the pandemic is winding down. So we can't just keep kicking the can. Like Commissioner Stebbins said, we do need to address this in regulation. It is at odds with an existing regulation. So, I mean, I would say hopefully if we are voting on, I don't even know, are we voting on an extension today? I don't know what's occurring. But if we are voting on an extension, I hope it's the last one and we are able to address this in regulation at some point.
So to, I guess, to answer that question specifically, what you have authorized is a waiver of the regulations. So yes, it is at odds with the regulations, but you as policymakers are directing me to, in appropriate instances, waive that regulation. So it is a policy choice that's being made. To the point of telehealth as well, and Commissioner Stebbins and the chair, you're speaking to my healthcare policy background. So both thank you and I'm sorry, because yes, the use of telehealth is an increasingly embraced mechanism in a healthcare delivery setting. But your point, Madam Chair, as far as the lack of availability of primary caregivers, primary care providers, is a chronic problem, not just in Massachusetts, but in Massachusetts. Retiring providers is certainly one. The dynamics of our healthcare system are contributing to that, where why go to medical school and come out with a mountain of debt to be a primary care provider when you can stay for 2 more years, specialize, and make 3, 4, 5 times as much as a surgeon or specialist, or and that has created, I think, a chronic problem in our healthcare system. It has led to policy choices including, and we've experienced it in our medical marijuana system, of expanding scope of practice for the likes of nurse practitioners and physician assistants to meet that patient demand. And I know there were efforts historically, and efforts that I participated in, to kind of restore a primary care provider to the center of a care model, such that the incentive was to be a primary care provider and then allow them to be a gatekeeper to the rest of care. And I think there's too many patients, including those in our medical use of marijuana system, that are building their own care networks and forced to build their own care networks. And unfortunately, where we fall short as a Commonwealth, and I'm not suggesting it's us as a commission, but we as a Commonwealth, medical marijuana it does not fit in that system yet, and it should. It ought to, it should. And where it doesn't fit is in your electronic medical records. It also doesn't fit in your access to medicine. A medical patient is essentially meeting with a provider. And I think, Commissioner Stebbins, to your point, are they or are they not establishing that bona fide relationship with a provider where a proper diagnosis can be made, but then a proper treatment plan put in place? Too often it feels to me, and I'm editorializing a bit, but too often it feels to me like a permission slip to go shopping. I don't know a lot of primary care providers or nurse practitioners or physician assistants that would prescribe candy, but that's what is available to a medical patient when they go in. So they're left to their own devices, which I think is partly a shame, and they're left to their own devices to dose and titrate.
Can I ask a question? Of primary care physicians in Massachusetts, or, you know, nurse practitioners, and we're still sort of looking at expanding that opportunity for nurse practitioners who can independently practice, but under our regs, they can't technically independently practice. So that's something we need to look at. But how many primary care physicians are actually involved in this? I mean, can any primary care physician do this, or do they have to? I mean, this is the other thing is I still am learning, but can and do all primary care physicians do this? Because this is the other thing, because it's also finding the primary care physician. I have my relationship, and I've bragged that I have like the world's greatest primary care physician, and I had another one for another 30 years. Not everybody has that, but I'm not sure that my primary care physician can and does do this stuff. So I'm trying to understand that, because the person that I have the most intimate relationship with, do they all?
No.
Can I ask you a question? Just because you made a comment, and this, what you just said kind of builds on that initial comment you made about the sort of supply and demand and the lack of being able to be connected to a provider, or was it a primary care provider? Is that what
Well,
you
the primary care is the one who is the quarterback for all your healthcare, but I'm asking the question, do they all do this?
Well, separate. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little bit confused because we want the patients to have a bona fide relationship, but now there's a question about whether or not there's enough providers. I'm sorry. I'm trying to follow you. I got a little bit.
What I'm saying is the person with whom I have the relationship that manages my healthcare, my healthcare quarterback is my primary care physician.
Right.
And so now what we're saying, because not all primary care physicians do this,
Mhm.
they now have to establish another relationship, meaningful relationship with another provider. But what does that relationship mean and do? I mean, that's the sort of ultimate nub of where I'm a little bit concerned, because, you know, and maybe we have to tell them to tell your primary care, I don't know, but it's basically asking you to have two, and I can see Commissioner Camargo, two relationships.
I understand.
And I am not sure, even with one in-person visit, how robust that relationship is,
Got
even
it.
though we're
Got
requiring
it.
it.
So you're saying even if we were to eliminate the telehealth element and require that first inpatient consultation or
I'm-
appointment, that still is not.
I'm saying that I am not sure that the personally, and again, other people have different opinions, but that in-person requirement to meet with a caregiver necessarily is better than what you can get
Got it.
over telehealth. That's just and I'd like people to push back, because I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. And hold on, Commissioner Camargo had her hand up first, so sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you. I guess, I know it sounds like we're gonna vote on the extension, but it also sounds like this is a great starter conversation and discussion for the regs, right? We gotta figure this out with the regs. My question, Mr. Executive Director, on top of all the questions and comments, is in the last 5 years that we've been around, have we surveyed or actually even heard from the physicians and the folks that actually are building these relationships and signing these licenses away for folks? Like, have we, what has our interaction been or engagement with that group? Because, you know, I think about us as policymakers, none of us are doctors, you know, so I'm just curious about the, you know, folks in the medical industry. What are they saying? Do you have any sense?
So there's been conversations as far as formal survey limited to the universe. And just to, I guess, remind the commission, we went over this earlier, there's 314 physicians, whether or not their primary is a separate subset of that, but physicians 314, 117 nurse practitioners that are certifying, and one physician assistant.
Can you repeat that?
314 physicians, so those are
And we have
MDs,
that in our
doctors.
slides.
It's in the slides, yeah.
Slides.
117 nurse practitioners and one physician assistant. So each of those have a trade group, so to speak. And so there's been various levels of engagement with each of the trade groups, including the physician's assistants, ironically, who gave us some feedback on regulations and gave us some feedback on how they operate. Also, again, independent of an oversight provider. So there's been those degrees of conversations. Again, as far as a formal survey, we do engage with providers often, usually through the waiver process, when they come in and explain why they think it's justified. To be clear, too, this does not, the administrative order that could likely or could possibly be extended authorizes the waiver. It does not grant the waiver. So someone must still qualify for that waiver by demonstrating that they do meet the requirements. That said, I'm kind of channeling a little bit of the conversation from earlier of the primary care next to, so could a primary care? The answer is unequivocally yes. However, and I think this is the biggest challenge, a lot of providers will not entertain or engage in this system because they enjoy the benefits of Medicare, Medicaid payments. So a lot of them are also participants in larger provider groups. They might be affiliated with a hospital that depends largely on federal and state-based payment systems. And so unless you are willing to sort of divorce that practice and operate independently, the business model is controversial, much like a lot of other concerns we hear relative to federal funding. So universities, and they won't participate because of the federally backed student loans or research grants. That risk is still looming over those provider groups. So what you tend to get is a business model that is exclusive to cannabis. We are a provider group that just does certifications for patients. That's where I think medical marijuana has not been integrated well into our medical system. And it requires the patient or their caregiver, in some instances, to be in the driver's seat of building a care model. What I think is frustrating about that, and in some cases just outright insulting, is that the patient must disclose to their other provider system. So sitting in a primary care provider's office for, let's say, your annual physical, you're usually answering in the affirmative to the question, not are you using cannabis as medicine, but instead are you using drugs?
Using drugs, right?
And again, I think there's that's where the stigma is real, is live, and I think folks are in that position where it should, that to your point, Madam Chair, it's an intimate relationship. You should be in a position to talk freely and openly about things, but overcoming that to say to again, a physician or the intake nurse, do you use drugs? It takes courage to say yes, but in this context. But then think about the drug interactions.
But that's what I'm saying. It seems like there's something else here that needs to be, you know, it may or may not be our responsibility, but it's our concern that I am not sure, even in a face-to-face, and again, I just don't know because I've never done this, but I don't know what happens in a face-to-face meeting. Do we require them to take a blood test? I don't know. So other than that, you know, what's the difference between me sitting across from a desk and me sitting across from a screen? If I'm not taking a blood test, if I'm not weighing, I'm not taking vitals, I'm not doing that, it's really an interview. That's where I come down, you know, on the sort of less restrictive access to this. But more importantly, it feels like we need to be almost having a conversation with the Mass Medical Society or you know, maybe having our executive director, you know, no, I'm really serious. Speak to the Mass Medical Society to talk to them about this, because your patients are using this. They're using this medication. You may or may not be able to be involved in that relationship, but educating the medical providers about how this is happening, how if they don't do this, and how incorporate that intimate relationship where they are unfortunately weighing you, which I don't like to do, and, you know, taking the blood test and doing all that other stuff. But if they're not incorporating it, they're not serving their patients.
Do we know if there were any providers that opted not to utilize the waiver?
Yes, there are some.
And do we know why they?
That's a very good question. That's a very good
Is
question.
there an idea of how many? Do we know how many?
Again, I'd
We
be,
surveyed them.
Yeah.
so we have that data. We could pull. I just wouldn't want to, again, I don't want to give you bad info.
So, and I just want to thank you, Madam
Yeah,
Chair.
we'll get it for you.
I just want to piggyback on your thought. Like, so I just Googled and as according to 2023 data, there are 3,582 primary care doctors in Massachusetts. Okay. And so we have 314 physicians out of that pool or close to that pool, right? So, I mean, I don't know if these are considered primary care physicians.
That's exactly right.
But they're, okay, Cannadocs, right?
Well-
Okay. But it's almost like
Oh,
it is?
Cannabis is a company.
Oh, I didn't
but
know
that's what
that.
you were saying,
that's a
sorry.
trademark.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Hashtag trademark.
So and then 314 are prescribers, and it's almost like, how do I say this kindly, like a monopoly, if you will, that there's a small pool that folks have 100,000 patients have to seek one of these 314 and plus the nurse practitioners. So to your point, how do we get that information out to providers? My mother's doctor, he's a doctor of osteopathy. He is a certified provider. Now, why is he able to do it? And other primary care physicians.
He may be a sole practitioner though.
No, he's not. He's part of a group.
He is.
Yes. So I want to drill down on how is he able to
So,
provide this?
If I can clarify, it's not a question of able, it's a question of willing. The provider needs to be willing to do it.
Right.
So these providers, no one is excluded. Anyone with that is a a MD, nurse practitioner, physician assistant may prescribe or may certify, excuse me, because I don't want to confuse it. They may certify patients and register patients with our system. No, they must come forward and join the system, but we don't exclude anybody. It's really, are they willing to do it? And I think that's where they may assess their business model, their practice group, and say, I'm not willing to take that risk of being in, because they also have, a lot of them, or most providers, have DEA registrations to dispense or to.
So is it more a risk aversion, like in
I
the
think
conversation
so.
we had with the bankers? I mean,
I think that's exactly what it is. And that's part of the shame of this system, is it's still stigmatized. But I think my risk analysis is based on the seat that I occupy, which is I would like to see more providers in the system. If I were sitting as the business manager for provider group, I may have a different risk calculus of that, of what is our patient mix? Are we seeing seniors on Medicare? Are we seeing low income on Medicaid? What is our insurance provider mix? And so that's where I think there's plenty of conversations to be had in this space with the Division of Insurance and health insurers. Are they willing to? Health insurance doesn't reimburse or pay for medical prescriptions or certifications, excuse me. But the other piece, I'm kind of unpacking the telehealth aspect of this, is on the bona fide relationship aspect. So I guess I want to talk about, in kind of getting into that lens, we don't govern necessarily that interaction. So we are not licensing the provider to practice medicine.
Right.
That's the Board of Registration of Medicine or the Board of Registration of Nursing. They must at all times, a condition of being in our system is that you live up to those standards, but ultimately that's governed by those respective registration boards. What we're saying is, now that you are licensed as a provider, again, physician, NP, or PA, you may access the medical use of marijuana system under certain conditions. So we talked about nurse practitioners, I think it was last month, where they must have a supervising physician despite their legal scope of practice. But that telehealth dynamic, the Board of Registration of Medicine has come out recently.
Excuse me, that's one of those things that doesn't need a committee, that doesn't need, it just needs us filling all the paperwork.
Yes, that's
to
a
fix
great
that.
example
That's a
of
great example of.
that
one of
change
those
can be
regs.
drafted. It doesn't need a working group. I agree.
Right.
And then
Sorry,
again,
I
the commission can
interrupted.
make that choice of whether or not you're
You
agreeing.
know,
But it's really that, put it before the commission. Are you yes or no? What do you think?
right,
But
sorry.
I agree, it doesn't need a working group necessarily. But then so the Board of Registration of Medicine has come out and advised providers about sort of the expectations around telehealth, but also that telehealth is permissible. The Health Policy Commission has come out and endorsed the expanded use and sustainable use of telehealth. So those are kind of the governing bodies, so to speak, of the healthcare delivery side. And we are kind of along for that ride, so to speak. But so in other words, do they take vitals? Do they draw blood? We don't wade into that dynamic. We don't dictate those.
But I'm just talking about that we're requiring, I'm trying to, in terms of this regulation, in terms of requiring that in person, which, by the way, persons with disabilities, persons with, you know what I mean?
That's right.
I mean, I think of my own mother who was seriously disabled towards the end of her life, and she needed significant pain medication, and trying to get that for her was difficult. And she couldn't drive anymore. And so it created a lot of problems. So I'm cognizant, especially of the persons with disabilities, getting in and out of an office. But the other thing is, if we can't, and we're not regulating it, but if we can't demonstrate that it's more robust or as robust as what my primary care physician would do, why do I care if it's over a desk or over a screen? And that's what I want us to sort of be absorbing here, because there's a real reason why we put that in place. Right. But I think now we get to think a little bit more deeply about it, a little bit what COVID has forced us to think about. And I really do think we need to trot you out in front of you.
But you know what, you raised another question though, is like, how are we defining bona fide relationships?
Right.
And that's something that hasn't been expanded on either.
There's Groupon now. There's now Groupon saying, come get a Groupon. We're going to get you a cheap, and we're going to get you. And they're all
Access.
I think that's why, yeah, I mean.
Mr.
that's
Camargo,
why-
go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, just talking out loud here, but that's why my question earlier was, where Commissioner Concepcion, you just said, what does a bona fide relationship look like, right? Like, what does that mean for these doctors that are doing this work?
Exactly.
So I hear you all. I definitely an interesting point, and I know that once we figure this out with the regs, it's going to stay there for a while. But again, I don't, not to go back to my question, Sean, but I'm just really curious about, and I think Chairwoman, you were about to say to put Sean out there. I don't know if you meant to put him out on the speaking circuit.
Yeah, I do.
To doctors, but I would be curious too. You know, we talk about public engagement and transparency, and again, you know, no offense to any of us, but we're not doctors, so we're not the ones that have to build those bona fide relationships in person. You know, some doctors may think that is needed. Other folks may think it's not, and there may be some kind of hybrid model. But again, I'm just curious, and because we're going to go into this at some point, you know, Sean, I don't know, maybe you may have to be on the medical circuit at some point.
Sorry.
Most days I feel like I am, but it's.
I have a question. The first cohort of commissioners, why did they put in, tell us why they felt to have in person and why that was important? Was it just lifted and shifted from DPH? Like,
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think this came up in December too. It lift and shift from the medical program previously under DPH's rules and regulations. And then I think it is speaking to that bona fide relationship.
But it was respecting the fact that this is a medical issue.
And I agree. Yeah, and I think there's also, and Chair, you touched on it just now, which I think is worth keeping in mind as far as the moment in time. Telehealth was not nearly as prominent as it is today, and I think it's really emerged. COVID has actually emerged it. It's proven to be a useful tool in some context of medicine. I think it's worth thinking through as well the patient experience as far as let's use, for instance, a cancer patient who is under care of an oncologist. That oncologist may perhaps not be registered with the medical use of marijuana program, but could suggest, you know, what may help with your treatment is some regimen of cannabis use. I would be loath to ask that patient to then go prove their cancer diagnosis again.
Right.
With another provider. But instead, what might happen is that certifying physician in our program may review those medical records and say, based on my review, I may not need this I don't need to examine you to determine that you have cancer. I could review your medical records and say, based on these, you know, these reports, these tests, et cetera, and that diagnosis, I'm able therefore now to service you and recommend you for that program. That's not going to be every example, but there might be some instances where that relationship truly, that visit truly could be 5 minutes of a paperwork review. But there might also be circumstances where someone presents with anxiety or something that's maybe less.
It's descriptive.
It is.
It's not quantitative.
And injecting ourselves in that relationship is obviously uncomfortable and not something that I feel like we're inclined to do. But I guess there's a spectrum of what that relationship is with a provider, and
But I think that as it relates to what we have to do, we have to sort of go back and think about what are the, you know, the framers, what are the original, you know, commissioners, you know, think about this. But I think more importantly, where are we right now? And if indeed we can't get into that relationship, but we can't necessarily prove that the telemedicine conversation and proof is less helpful to patients than the in-person. And especially because we only have 300 of them servicing people, I think that it creates problems. And I think probably, you know, if it is a captive audience, might cost more money. You know what I mean? I mean, if there's no place else to go, there's no,
Yeah.
you know, go ahead, Commissioner Camargo, sorry.
Yeah, no, Sean, Mr. Executive Director, I don't, not to put you on the spot right now, and there's a lot of conversation going on, and I know that we need to vote on this, but do you have any thoughts on my comment? Because you kind of went to like another question, so I'm just curious, or if you have no comment, that's okay too, but.
Could you repeat the comment? Because I
thought I answered, I'm sorry.
Could you repeat the comment? Because I'm not sure what was missing.
Yeah,
Sorry.
maybe you did, Sean. It's just like there's a lot of back and forth, so maybe you did, but yeah, no, my comment was just sort of like, you know, where have we, or, you know, will we, or can we have a conversation or sort of, you know, engage and participate with providers, right? So I know that we have our patients and our advocates that have reached out to us. I know we all got a letter recently from the Massachusetts Patient Advocacy Alliance, but I guess, Sean, my comment a little while ago twice was just, you know, where have we, or what can we do? You know, can we hear from the other side? I guess is my question, is my comment that I've been trying to kind of get to. So I guess I don't need you to say, yes, we can, because I know you have to say yes a lot to us at times, but I guess that's my question, right? Like in the big picture. I hope I didn't go
So-
too far, but you know.
Nope. So the answer was yes, we did. And we have.
Yes,
I
we
think
did.
what I mentioned was through the various trade groups was the early
Oh,
aspect of that. So for instance, there's an association of physicians assistants. There's the nurse practitioners have a trade group, and then I think
Got it.
Madam Chair referenced the Mass Medical Society. So there has been that engagement historically.
Got it,
And
got
I
it.
think it is something that can be incorporated into this
So we
review.
can go back. We can go back and engage them. And you did
Without
say
a
that,
doubt.
Sean? Yeah, thank you. You did say that. It was just there's so much going on.
Sure.
Thank you so much. So they are there. They are available. We've done it in the past. We
Mhm.
can engage them when the time is, when we need to re-engage them. So thank you. I appreciate
I've also
that.
spoken to nursing schools in the past as well to try to get emerging practitioners to think about this as a potential career path or viable, especially nurse practitioners as you emerge from school. That might be a viable opportunity as well. So I've done that engagement on a number of occasions as well.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Maybe this commission needs to entertain, maybe we need to establish a position. You only have so much bandwidth. We're going into regs. How are we going to put you on a speaking
Sure.
circuit, air quotes? Maybe we need to make investments in the medical program. What I mean by that is maybe we need a position that is clinical in nature, whether it's a nurse practitioner or a pharmacist, that is their sole job, is to go out into the medical community and provide education, or clinicians have a question, they can call our clinical liaison. If they have medical questions about interactions, half-life, bioavailability, pharmacokinetics, that there's someone that they can call at this commission that can answer those questions. Because the minute that a third-party provider does accept cannabis, it's a game changer, it's a disruptor, and you'll see so many more patients. And I don't know if we're necessarily prepared to handle the questions if that does happen from all of these physicians. And I think maybe we could make an investment in a position like that down the road would be helpful.
And I would hope at some point they become obsolete, where we no longer have to certify and register patients on a list so that they can go access medicine. I mean, at some point, again, that's, maybe I'm too fatalistic or optimistic, but the fact that we have a system that stands next to a bigger system is just strange to me, thinking about medical versus traditional medical system.
But
In the meantime,
Those folks get a prescription. So if they need whatever, Lipitor, they get a prescription. So, and that's why you have a pharmacist to answer those questions. We don't really have a position here that can interface with clinicians on that type of level to help. I mean, we have patients on chemo, patients on, on a lot of medicines, older Americans that, have creatinine clearance issues, or, it'd just be nice to have someone that could interface with the medical community to answer questions, to help destigmatize it. And maybe we would get more providers at the end of the day.
it's worth exploring.
thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you.
Yeah, just to appreciate the thoughts of my colleagues and just thinking, kind of going back to a point you raised, Chair, and I think a point that the executive director raised, there are a number of these stakeholder groups that are out there. Many of them you talked to originally. And as Commissioner Camargo pointed out, I really appreciated the thoughtful letter that we got from the Patient Advocacy Alliance. But to your point, Chair, the idea of this might involve, if we're going to extend the deadline so we can create regs around this, if we feel telehealth is a provable way to go, again, extend the waiver allowances as we would. I think it would be helpful to have, think about a separate meeting, but open to the public so they could hear our questions, and we invite that group of stakeholders to be on the other side of the table and ask them, what do you think a bona fide relationship means? What are some of the regulatory hurdles? Even though the narrow focus might be on allowing telehealth, I think that way we wouldn't have to ship you off to all 5 corners of the state, but we could keep you here, but bring some of the other.
Just really saying, just the Mass
Interesting.
Medical Society, one sort of place that represents all the doctors. You know what I mean? That there is, at some point in time, I don't think you need to go on a circuit. I just think that sharing your expertise as a healthcare policy person, but also saying to doctors, there's this whole, infrastructure that is treating your patient and making sure that people understand the pitfalls for not acknowledging it, not necessarily being participants, but at least understanding how they can make patients more comfortable when they do interface with that primary healthcare Sherpa. And also making sure that people are made comfortable to share that information with their doctors. So in case there are interactions that people need to know about. I mean, again, we can provide that, but there's a lot of, I don't know if one person can do that. It feels like it's got to be a bigger sea change with the medical people. And they don't even have to join this, but they just need to be knowledgeable. That's all. So
That makes sense.
next year.
I had a clarifying question on the figures that you presented, the percentages. So I asked earlier about if all providers, if there were any that opted not to utilize the waiver.
Yep.
Do these numbers represent the entire universe of providers or only those that are utilizing the waiver?
This is all registrations.
This is all registration.
Yeah, so what we've seen is it's almost like, I can say it's precisely like the 80-20 rule. We have some high volume providers.
Okay.
And oftentimes they are provider groups. And so those folks that are most often doing certifications, especially initial certifications, would fall under the waiver. They would have been granted a waiver. The other thing that we do is we audit. And for instance, if there's a post on social media that says, call today for a telehealth visit, and we don't see a waiver on file, they'll get a phone call from an investigator here that says, how do you explain this next to that? And sometimes we will see the waiver request come in, and other times we will see the social media post come down.
Okay.
So, but compliance is also something we monitor.
That means that it's really a small universe of providers that aren't doing this because I would anticipate maybe not all patients. I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, they're not all utilizing telehealth, and all our providers aren't utilizing it either. So
I would say there's a mix. There's a healthy mix of some that are exclusively doing cannabis and certifying patients. And there are others that have it as a service as part of a broader practice.
okay.
In other words, they may be an oncologist that wants to make sure that they can provide comprehensive care to all of their patients. And an element of that could be a cannabis certification. But that would also be a result of an in-person registration. So they may not see the need for a waiver. And it kind of unpacks a little bit of what I am frustrated by in a traditional healthcare system, which is that primary care provider sitting at the center, as they should, as far as the gatekeeper to the rest of care. It's a volume-based system, not necessarily a value-based system. The provider gets paid when you're sick. So what's the incentive to keep you well?
Well,
This is clearly
Very cynical.
I know.
capitation in theory is supposed
Here I
to
go.
pay you to stay healthy.
It should.
I mean, again, I've worked for healthcare providers that, doing the dashboard to make sure that people are doing the examinations and checking the boxes to
I'm a
keep you. So you
big
may be
fan
more
of
cynical than I
accountable
am.
care.
I've been
Big
on the
fan of
technology
accountable
side of that.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Stebbins is next, and then Commissioner Camargo, and if Commissioner Stebbins, then Commissioner Roy.
Sure.
So-
So let me ask you another question. This is bandwidth. This is work product related question. We saw earlier what's on our plate by November 9th. Have you given any thought to, if we were to extend this to allow ourselves to create regs, what's a feasible timeline to do that? And do you have a recommendation as to when we should extend it to?
Good question.
So I anticipated the question a little bit in thinking primarily the when and until, but I don't ever want to take for granted as your consideration of it as far as whether or not you were amenable to making such an extension. I think the calendar year makes sense, from the calendar year 2023, that is, because what it's going to allow and facilitate is we know we must have regulations done by November 9th. That is for the statutory stuff. But as we discussed during this process, there's a number of other things that I think, whether it be described as low-hanging fruit or technical, and these things can be integrated into that. And also bearing in mind that while you have a public comment period open, for instance, the regulations you've already drafted are sitting out there. You can then pivot to other things. And that could be the opportunity over the summer months, for instance. You may be holding public hearings, but you're making changes and tweaks to an already existing draft of regulations. So that's where I described earlier that walk and chew gum at the same time. I think we can then pivot as a staff and as an agency to consider the myriad of other things that could be related to this.
So Commissioner Roy and then Commissioner Camargo. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question about, in our website, you can put your zip code in and you can find put the mile radius, find all the MTCs to access medicine. What is the reasoning behind not providing a list of our since we certify them? Is there a reason we don't put it on our website?
There is a requirement under, I think it's chapter 94I, I think, don't quote me, but I think it's 94I, that list is confidential.
Of providers?
Yes.
Why?
That would be a question for the legislature, not for me.
Can we raise that question with the
I think,
legislature?
yeah, because I feel like there's this curtain that we need to pull back so people know where to access their providers.
Can I piggyback on that? And I apologize, Commissioner Camargo. This is also something that in thinking about the regs, we may want to have a conversation about what are the pieces of legislation. I mean, and maybe that's already being done by our legislative or government relations team. But are there a list of statutory changes that would help us do our job better? And if we're focused on regs, can we again walk and chew gum?
Multiple pieces of gum.
Yes, I do, but yeah.
Multiple pieces.
Yeah.
But I think that might be something that we might want to be thinking about. I mean, I'm sure off the top of your head, you know a bunch, so.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you where some spelling mistakes are and things like that. But no, I think that's right. And I think as we go through that exercise, as you and working groups get underway, you may find some, for instance, I mentioned for a lot of the elements of a label, and it's a frustrating aspect for a lot of industry that the label is very busy, but a lot of that label is required by statute, including font size and things like that. So I'm not saying that should be changed. I'm saying that, but that's the basis is not us.
That will suss out during the process. And can I only because I've been talking too much and I just want to, Commissioner Camargo has been patient waiting. Sorry. You're done?
She's done.
Did we already go past your?
No, go ahead. Continue, Chair. It's okay.
I had a comment just on, so I think it's important for us to separate statutory language that specifically impacts us and other provisions that impact beyond the world of cannabis. Like that 94I-ish around the information that's available to the general public, I think that it gets a little bit more complicated because we have to understand the implications that it has on so many other facets of things. So that's, I mean, I know it's not the core of our conversation today.
Yeah, no, that's.
But if we're compiling potential statutory changes, I just think that we should just be mindful that it's within the universe of cannabis, and we're not sort of overhauling some other industry.
Right. But I think what you're saying, Commissioner, is there a way that, see, when I was treasurer, one of the things we did was we put together bestvaluebanking.com. The bankers went crazy. They didn't like it, but ultimately they got used to it. But it was putting out on our website the best consumer value banking, and it wasn't mandatory. And this is, I don't understand all of 94, but it's how can you get that information out there so that people have access to these services, but also I think it also creates a more competitive market that who knows, but but it protects literally as consumers having the ability to pick and choose and find is sort of central to their ability to get medical care. So we don't need to solve this problem right now, but it's good that you raised it. But I think that we need to think about, is there a way to, is there a workaround there? I don't know.
I can probably speak to some rationalizations to why, although again, I wouldn't want to speak for the legislature. That's never a good idea for me or anyone else. Is ultimately think of all the complications that come along with cannabis. So access to banking, the fact that they do enjoy potentially DEA registrations to prescribe drugs, but they're now participating in a program that violates federal law. So there might be some issues related to that. They have all the trappings of a small business and then layer in cannabis. So there might be a desire to protect them. And if we were to publish that list, it's come up actually most frequently in my time of trying to identify access to pediatric providers. And we do not publish, and by law, we cannot publish a list of pediatric providers.
So how do people find that service?
That's where it becomes really a patchwork of dedicated, motivated, and talented parents and caregivers and guardians that they're building their own care networks.
So we probably set up a Facebook page.
I
No, I'm
was
just
gonna
saying.
say, I would not participate in violating state law.
That's what you're saying. I mean, that it's almost like that's what.
There is a network of parents that are doing a godsend of work
Yeah.
to help other parents.
And the reason I ask, because I do go around to senior centers and councils on aging, and I do present this PowerPoint, and there's lots of questions. And what if a senior has no access to internet? Like, how do they find out where to go? And or parents, well, you know, most parents I would presume would have access to internet, but it's really complicated, and it's, you know, so I don't know what the answer is, but it's just it's like a curtain we need to pull back so people know where to find these providers, and I don't know how we do that.
Mhm, mhm.
I think that it's been a good conversation, unless Commissioner Camargo has anything else. If you want to just sort of run us through the other two, what is it? Robinettes?
That's Romanettes, that's right.
Romanettes.
So the next item, which I'm optimistic will not generate as much conversation, but I may have just jinxed it, so we shall see, was curbside pickup. There's some data here. I think Commissioner Stebbins, you had asked for some visualization. What I can characterize this slide here is sort of the scattering across the Commonwealth as to where curbside pickup is still available. Not last month, excuse me, in December, I noted there were 30 jurisdictions or 30 entities. There are 30 that have submitted SOPs to us. There are 13 entities that are still offering it. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
30
There were 30, there are 13 that are still offering.
curbside.
Curbside,
Out of
yes.
how many total MTCs?
There's 100 MTCs.
So 13 out of 100.
13 out of 100.
Okay.
And what you see on this map before you is where they're located. Those with little bullet points would be multiple locations within that jurisdiction or community. So for instance, you see Worcester, you see Plymouth. Where it gets a little smaller in the Metro Boston would be Cambridge and Somerville.
Mm.
So you see that there's 2 in Cambridge, 1 in Somerville. Because I did some quick math and counted 12, and then I saw the line between Cambridge and Somerville. So you also see on Nantucket, for instance. So I could not tell you, for instance, that it's available in every county, given that it's not available in Martha's Vineyard. At the same time, you see it's scattered across the Commonwealth, but there are 13, 1-3.
Okay.
And again, this is an allowance for patients to pick up medicine curbside. So, and also bearing in mind too, some of those 100, some just may not have the physical space or the proper layout, for instance, to accommodate it. So they may not view the need. It may not be a service that is sought after.
So there's no, because we lifted and shifted, there's no existing regulation that speaks directly to curbside. So we have to create a new, if we decide to make this permanent, we create all new language as opposed to modifying an existing regulation.
Yeah, and that's a great point. This one is not through waiver. This one is through basically an interpretation. It's one that I would argue is awkward. It's awkward for a number of reasons. One is we're basically saying that the curb or the parking lot is an extension of the sales floor. But in order to access the sales floor, you've got to go through a number of hurdles, including identification, et cetera. And so it's, for instance, one of the things that's come up quite frequently is everybody in the vehicle must be 21 and over. And so if a parent was driving with their child, they would not be able to use curbside as a mechanism. The reason, though, is because we're treating the curb or the parking lot as the sales floor, and that child could not enter the sales floor unless they were a medical patient accompanied by their caregiver. And so that's the example where it's awkward, without a doubt. Some have also attempted to use that as the commission now allows drive-through cannabis, and that is not true. But some have actually tried to submit architectural reviews and other structural changes to include a drive-through window. And our posture has been, this is an allowance, this is not a permanent change. At the same time, our advice to those folks seeking that is the commission is embarking on a regulatory round. If that's something you're interested in, we would encourage you to either submit a petition, which others have done in other instances, or obviously engage commissioners and make your case. But it's not something I view myself as having that authority to grant.
Okay. Any questions, Commissioner Camargo? Pensive.
Oh man, I have so many thoughts on this stuff, but not for today. I'm just
Many thoughts, but not the energy.
Right. Well, yeah, no, but just thinking like, you know, to think about access, like we go through Walgreens and pick up medication. People get overprescribed medication. There's doctors, you know, prescribing all kinds of OxyContin to folks, right? So I think the education, the public awareness, the access, demystifying, this industry is so huge. And I think we have such a good opportunity to be able to do it, and be innovative and still be safe and think about public health. So it's just, it's a lot, but I think we're the right team to figure it out in the next few months.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Do we have any data on the number of patients that are utilizing curbside?
We don't. I don't know that we would. As far as it would still be registered as a sale in the patient database, so I don't know if it would be registered pursuant to a certain register itself, or or not SOP, but point of sale software. So I don't know that we would even have that data.
Okay.
Any other comments?
The last one outside of curbside, so it's telehealth curbside. The last one is virtual community outreach meetings. That too has been an interpretation, but again, wanting to be sure that there's consent of the commission to extend it. I would argue in this one that it's actually been, I said to someone recently, I think we may have stumbled into something on this through COVID, which I think COVID has, as horrendous and heinous as it has been on people and families, et cetera. I think it has, I hate to say it's been proven useful. That's not the right way to characterize it, but it's allowed us to create some other opportunities. And I think virtual community outreach meetings is a good example. Also broadcasting our meetings. So other, kind of brought, it's evolved and allowed us to, I think, consider some different outlets and opportunities. And I think virtual community outreach meetings is a good example. Historically, it's required that you hold a meeting in your community prior to submitting an application 6 months in advance, within 6 months, excuse me, of submitting an application to us. This allows an entity to host that community outreach meeting virtually with the approval and consent of the community. So they must be okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
You must record it. You must allow for questions to be submitted electronically. You must allow questions to be submitted in advance if someone cannot attend. You must have a neutral or unaffiliated moderator. You must record that. You must submit that recording to the local community for use or display on local cable access. You must also submit it to the commission as part of your application. So I think it's allowed more people to participate, hopefully. And again, it must be done with the consent of the community. So the community can still say, no, we'd rather you do it in person. And that's their prerogative ultimately. So again, I would say on this one, I think we've inadvertently, to accommodate COVID, stumbled into something, but
I think that at this point in time, I mean, I've talked to a couple of different, applicants. I mean, in my hometown, they had a host community meeting. No one showed up. And I think that this sort of hue and cry and the sort of controversy has sort of died down. And so I do think that having this available to people on their own time frame to be able to either submit questions, get those things answered. I think that this is, I think it's a positive that's come out of COVID.
And I forget the data. I don't know, Kyle, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but there was a percentage of applications that utilized virtual community outreach meetings. Was 60%, 60, or am I mistaken?
You're off a little bit, Sean.
What else is new?
Sorry, I apologize. It was 48% of all the applications submitted between June and December of 2022.
Thank you, Kyle. Sorry.
Yep, you're welcome.
And those are the three related, COVID related.
So in terms of sort of putting a bow on it, what is your informed opinion that you think we should do to address these, get the right analysis and understanding and in-depth conversation? I mean, I think we've had a good conversation here today and people have a lot to think about, but I think that you think that this would be helpful to extend and to take this up in a more robust sense.
That's right. That is the crux of, I think, what a recommendation would be. I think these things, I am uncomfortable with them continuing to be, whether it be waivers or interpretations. Yeah. And I'm uncomfortable as well with, I understand and appreciate and respect the limits of my authority vis-a-vis the commission. And so which is why I continue to bring these before you, to ensure that you continue to be comfortable before I start overextending myself. At the same time, I believe that all of these are ripe and relevant regulatory topics to be considered. And I want to ensure that you have the space and in the ability to engage and be thoughtful about those policy choices, mindful too and respectful of that some of these are just technical tweaks. They can be drafted in a moment's notice and brought before the commission with ease. Some of them are more complex. Curbside is a really good example. I don't know, I don't believe that the parking lot is an extension of the sales floor. So how do you, I do not believe that it is, I do not believe it's an extension of the sales floor. I think it's far more complex than the sales floor, just given the.
I think that the example that you gave of having kids in the car when you go to pick something up,
Right.
technically, if the kids can't be on the sales floor
And
indoors, they shouldn't be able to be outdoors.
thinking of things like point of sale, security camera coverage, et cetera, cash transactions. And so all of that, I think, is just further complicated.
Yeah.
We do have in our space, whether it be medical or adult use, the ability, and I think folks are embracing it as far as mobile ordering, picking up inside, mobile ordering as far as ordering ahead, being able to go inside the facility, pick it up. So there is a convenience factor that's already available in our spaces. It basically allows them to set aside inventory. You still must go through, get your ID checked, go to a register, get your ID checked again, and then exit package compliantly. But it does allow for folks that may not need the expertise or the advice or insight from a bud tender to efficiently get in and out and run their errands, so to speak. But the sales floor extending into the parking lot or to the curb, I think, just needs to be thoughtful. And I don't know that the way we do it now is durable. Ultimately, I think the commission deserves to wrestle with that. That might be a working group, for instance.
I guess I'm confused. Are you recommending relaxing our regs around curbside, like, so it's not extension? So that's not what you're saying, right?
No,
I'm confused with
no.
what you're saying.
Nothing now. We need more information.
Okay.
But
and
what
I'm
he's
like,
also saying is that he doesn't, of these, I think what you're saying is that curbside pickup, you're the least sanguine about maintaining that because of the complications that you.
Yeah, I would say,
Okay.
I guess one of the things I would argue at this point is don't rock the boat. This is my advice. This is not, I'm not telling you what to do, is essentially don't rock the boat. I think of those 13 community or entities that are offering it, there's a reason that they're still offering it. I think people are still using it. I don't know the volume, so I'm sorry about not having that data. But I would say give yourself the space to regulate these things if you so choose. And obviously, if you elect not to regulate it because there's a discomfort with curbside, quote, drive-through, whatever that could end up becoming, then you let it lapse. But at that point, you let it lapse as opposed to today.
You just highlighted, well, you thought through something that I was thinking through right now in terms of the security element of that.
Right.
And so I'm curious if we've heard, I have not heard from any public safety individuals on this topic. Have you heard anything from like the public safety community in terms of their interpretation of this?
Not recently, and not specifically, I guess not in any recent recollection. We do require though, and I think this is went back to the origins of COVID, your SOP also had to be submitted to your local municipality. We did require that.
So your police chief has signed off on your security plan, but not on your outdoor sales floor.
Right.
Yeah, but at the time, if you had a curbside SOP, that also must have been submitted to the municipality.
Right.
Oh, okay.
And think about our delivery operators and couriers, like they have to have 2 people deliver the product. Are we requiring registered agents to have 2 people to deliver it to the car outside? Like, and is one an undue burden on a certain license type? Like, we have to think of all of these things.
We require 2 agents in the vehicle for medical deliveries as well.
We're saying, you're talking about curbside.
She's making the analogy.
Making it an analogy, yeah.
Yeah, no, it could be a choice of an SOP that they have someone, I mean, essentially running in and out of the store. Again, there's an awkwardness to this, which is why, though, I said earlier that I find some of these allowances to be not so much, I guess, curbside's awkward as an interpretation, but it is, I think that's what I'm arguing to you, is that I'm uncomfortable with it continuing to be an interpretation, especially since there are folks looking at that interpretation and saying, if you can reach that conclusion, then similarly, I can have a drive-through window. And again, what I'm saying in response to those folks is that's a policy choice of the commission, not me. And then further, if you're trying to compare that to the COVID allowance, that is not a durable regulation that you can rely upon. There is no regulation relative to curbs and parking lots there is a regulation relative to sales floors. And I would, again, just submit that I do not believe the parking lot is the sales floor.
And curbside isn't, I'm so sorry. I'm talking.
No, please, I think that this is important.
Curbside is not permitted for adult use.
No
We're
longer.
not, yeah, so I know we originally had the both included when we had the orders roll out initially. Now it's only for medical patients.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that choice was shortly after Governor Baker lifted the public health emergency in Massachusetts. Context-wise, I think it's important to acknowledge that President Biden has declared his intent to lift the public health emergency relative to COVID. I believe it's in May.
I think Commissioner Rowe, was that your suggestion then? I felt like that might have been, yes, that's right.
It was.
Yes. Okay.
Madam Chair, just
Please.
for a point of clarification in terms of where we're at, it sounds like we have to vote today, obviously on the extension until we work on it on the regs. What I'm curious about is, are we going to come back and discuss this as a commission, on another month in terms of the agenda, or I don't want to put more working groups, or I don't want to go off of Sean's plan, but it sounds like Sean, you said this is something that we can kind of look at in the summer. Do we think that'll be enough time? I'm just kind of sort of operationally just thinking about next steps. So I know we'll vote on the extension today, but where does that leave us? Because I'm just curious about next steps.
So Commissioner Stebbins, I think it was in reaction to your question, my suggestion was the calendar year. Give yourself the calendar year, knowing that even if you were to have a draft of regulations in the summer, you still then go through that formal regulatory process, which requires 60 days, public notice, public comment, draft to final. Promulgation's usually about a 2-week swing, as far as filing with the Secretary of State, then getting published in the register. So even if you have a draft of regulations in the summer, you're still looking at least 2 to 3 months after that, having it finalized.
So I guess I'm speaking to my fellow commissioners. So do two of us sort of opt to sort of lead this conversation in the next, 6 months, or I don't know what folks are thinking, and do we come back to it? I'm just curious.
I think we're skipping a step though, because we haven't all decided whether or not we want to allow all 3 extensions to begin with.
No, yeah. Yep, I got you.
So do we want to sort of take the first one, the telehealth extension, and sort of get a sense of, under Robert's rules, can I get a consensus with that?
Have that conversation.
Yeah, please.
But are we putting a date certain, number one? So whether it's a calendar year, and like, how do we hold ourselves accountable so we're not kicking the can again in a year?
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
I don't want to say a year and it doesn't happen and then we have to we need to hold ourselves accountable as a commission, and I think we need a date certain to do that.
So, as an administrative order, it needs a date certain. It must have a date certain that it expires. So for instance, all of these expire today, February 9th, 2023. All of them do. So unless you vote to do something, they expire today. Again, the calendar year would be therefore December 31, 2023. As far as that accountability measure, only you can hold yourselves accountable from a date certain. So you could choose not to revisit them, but you can also say, we're not going to revisit them, and then choose in November, we're going to revisit them. That's your prerogative as commissioners.
So we also, I think we have different maybe levels of sort of comfort. My sense is that maybe the virtual community meeting is the most comfortable. Would we agree that, Commissioner Camargo? I mean, I'm just wondering, can we get virtual community outreach meeting extension off our plate and just say we're going to vote to?
Sure.
Do we have to?
We got to create breaks around it.
Right.
Do we?
Well, yes, at some point.
So the point is, all of these except the curbside pickup are going to require us to write a reg.
Even curbside would require you to write a
Well,
reg, in my opinion.
All
Yeah.
3 of them.
All 3 of them would require a regulation.
Okay. So what I would, again, unless someone has any sort of, I think that this, I had always thought that this would be, when we initially entertained this, a couple of months ago, that this would be part of the regular, I thought maybe we'd be able to vote now, but we do have to go through a regulatory process with this.
we do.
So we are engaging in a regulatory process. So I believe that this should be in there, and maybe we do need, a group, maybe we don't need a group, or maybe we need to sort of, maybe it might be helpful to take a consensus of how people feel about these. I'll, not to put you on the spot, Commissioner Camargo, but I just sort of
Sure.
like to take a poll, but not a vote, to sort of
Sure.
get a sense of, because we can't do this out of the side of this room, so.
Yep. No, that's fine. I'm comfortable with voting on an extension on all three today. Just because to me, it just seems a little bit easier. But with the caveat that we, as commissioners, to Commissioner Roy's point, we're going to be accountable for making sure that we create the regs for this, we do the research, the outreach and all that stuff that needs to happen, but that we figured out this calendar year.
Can I just push back
So-
just a little, and it's not pushing back, but it's really sort of
Sure.
kind of digging a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
Can you just share, and maybe it's uninformed and you're not comfortable, but do you have any sort of nascent thoughts about these three? I mean, I can tell you where I would come down on telehealth. I can tell you where I think I am unsure about curbside, and I can tell you where
Sure.
I come down on virtual community outreach meeting.
Sure.
You want to just give us a little?
Yeah, on the virtual community outreach meeting, I think for me, I think it's a no-brainer in the sense of it's very helpful. Community has changed, accessibility has changed, right? And we want folks to be present in these community meetings. I mean, I'm completely for it. I think it's a no-brainer. As for curbside pickup, I think, our ED has talked about, it's a little awkward right now. And the telehealth extension, I would like to hear a little bit more in terms of from the medical side. I think I know where I stand on the patient side. I know it's needed, but I would want to hear a little bit more on the medical side, or do my own research, or talk to our research team in terms of, what's out there and all that other good stuff. So I guess that's where I'm at.
I think that's helpful. Would you, Commissioner Concepcion, sort of give us your nascent thoughts on this?
Again, virtual community outreach meeting. I agree. I think that is very clearly, it's been successful. I mean, we've seen it in so many different iterations and different public meetings. I think that it's really useful, and it should remain, and we should sort of incorporate that in our regulatory process. Telehealth, from the conversation we had today, there needs to be more information, a deeper conversation. And I think that extension should be permitted so that we're able to sort of gather that and understand that a little bit more. Curbside, on the other hand, from the information that was presented today, it seems to be underutilized in terms of, from all three different extensions, just seeing, the number of communities that are and are not utilizing it, and not knowing so much the number of patients that are utilizing it. I think it's helpful to have more information, but from what I see today and understand, I don't think that I am in a position to support an extension for curbside, just based off of what our conversation is today, based off of the information. And what was it, 10? I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember the number. 13 different communities that are still utilizing curbside, and understanding where we are right now in terms of COVID measures across the board for the state and for the country as a whole. I'm in a position to not extend that.
Okay, thanks. And Commissioner Stebbins, do you want to just sort of give us your sort of initial thoughts on these? Because I think it also helps sort of maybe frame a working group or what it's going to take to do that.
Sure, and I hope we can vote on these, obviously, as individual items and not kind of lump sum extensions, obviously. These three kind of speak to, have an overriding theme for me of access. I think with telehealth, favor the extension for all the reasons that we had an earlier discussion about, but keeping in mind what the legislature meant by that bona fide relationship. And I think that's a deeper conversation we need to have with patients and other, medical stakeholders. Virtual town meetings, I certainly think it increases participation, increases awareness. But we ought to be mindful, and I think it's allowable, but that becomes an additional cost burden on our licensees to post those, produce those. Still a cost. I mean, we're gonna have to account for it, I think, in
Yeah.
the small business impact statement someplace, but
Sure.
completely agree with it. I think it benefits not only the licensee's arrival in a community, but again, increases participation and awareness. The curbside, I think both Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Concepcion have spoken to some concerns about that. I have some similar concern from the ED that this doesn't translate into some allowance for drive-through windows and things like that. So I'm not sure I would vote against not extending that today, but I think as we get some more details and some more information, I think we could come back at any time and just say, we're not extending it through December 31st. I think we have the.
We can come back. We can
come
tentatively
back
extend it
and-
and then say, yeah, no, we've
Yeah.
made a decision.
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo my fellow commissioners. I think the easiest one to tackle is the community outreach meetings. Just like our meetings now, we're back in person, but we stream our meetings, which significantly helps people with disabilities or people that don't have access to transportation. So I'm comfortable with that. Is it one or the other? Like, in other words, are folks able to do a hybrid like we are today, like have people in meeting and stream it, or as it exists now? Is it one or the other? I just need clarity on that.
Is it up to the community?
It's up to the community ultimately, but you could satisfy the regulatory requirement, by doing just an in-person. And then add on a virtual element.
Virtual
But it's not
element.
required to add the virtual element.
Okay,
So you could, bare minimum, you could do the in-person and that would satisfy our requirements.
okay. For telehealth, I would like to learn more or have us define what a bona fide relation. I don't think anybody here can really define that. So I think we need to get a handle on what constitutes a bona fide relationship. And, I'm all for access to healthcare and medicine, but I just think that we just need to define that a little bit more. As far as curbside, I do struggle with that as well. I would love to talk to our folks in investigations. I'd like to talk to Chief GB's team. How do they enforce compliance on a curbside? Like, I have never seen a notice of deficiency around curbside. What do? We have our medical MTCs denote timestamps when they physically delivered to a car, and are our investigators able to watch that to see that the license is checked? Like, we check ID, that there are no children in the car, that, how are we enforcing that right now? I don't know the answer to that. So I would want better protections in place around security before I would even consider having this as permanent.
I would be hesitant to say that there aren't protections. There are. The order itself requires that every transaction, every handoff must be under camera. Every ID must be checked under camera. So those protections exist. It's consistent with the order.
I'm sorry, I'm sure, but we have a lot, we get notice of deficiencies. We have protections in place, but people still have notices of deficiency where they don't have cameras in the right spot, or they don't have locks on the right doors or signs in the right place. So even though we say it, it doesn't necessarily mean it's happening. And how are we checking for it?
Yeah, I guess again, failure to comply with that order would be a deficiency.
Right.
So.
Thank you.
Basically, I think that the virtual community outreach meeting, I think that is here to stay. The telehealth extension, I'm less concerned about it than I think my fellow commissioners, but I think telehealth is also something that I think it works. The curbside pickup, I think that I agree with you, Sean. I think that it is an aberration, but I also don't think that it not allowing it is going to necessarily prevent people from accessing, the treatment that they need. So anyway, so how do we want to deal with this? Do we want to, based on your suggestion, I mean, I think that this is helpful. We know where people are coming from. Do we want to extend all 3 till the end of the year, but giving us the opportunity to get any sort of additional information and, questions. I mean, if I needed to, I could vote today, yes or no, to either extend permanently or end permanently. I'm comfortable myself on all, these three, based on what I said. That 1 and 3, I would vote to keep them permanently. Curbside pickup, I probably think it's run its course, and then it creates some additional problems that aren't necessarily weighed against the additional access. So how do the commissioners want to vote? Do we want to just, I guess I'd look for your guidance, Sean. Should we just extend it and then put this into the, because it seems like people are looking for additional information. I'm less, I could vote today on all 3 of these on a permanent basis on what we're going to do, but we're still going to have to write regulations for at least 2 of them, even if the curbside pickup, we have some consensus that this is not something we want to keep extending.
Can we take these separately as Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, no, I think we can and we should, but I'm just trying to sort of get your sense of what you think is realistic.
So I've heard the feedback relatively loud and clear, as far as, and I guess the execution plan or the operational plan would ultimately be, given that these orders themselves expire, if the commission is so inclined, those orders can be extended. Each of these topics, even if the commission is inclined to not extend, for instance, curbside, it does not preclude you from considering it as a regulatory matter. So you could still come back with it not being available, notwithstanding, you can still discuss the issue. For instance, those folks that have sought to include architectural plans relative to drive-throughs have been advised that there is a petition process as well as the regulatory process. So I don't want to be disingenuous to them and say, as of today, it's off the table. I don't think that's true. So I would say if there's commission so inclined, providing yourself the space, extend those orders to a date certain, and we do need a date certain. Again, the recommendation or advice would be the calendar year to give yourself that time, and then also include it in your regulatory process separately. But
Commissioner Concepcion, you had a question?
Yes, I had a question. Of the licensees that are operating curbside, have they provided any sort of comment or statement knowing that the extension deadline is today?
not to my knowledge, no.
So we will take these up separately, but will we extend them all with the proviso that the one we're least
Sure.
comfortable with? I think people want to get, myself, probably excluded, but more information on telehealth and virtual community outreach. I think that I feel like the virtual community outreach, there is a consensus that we support that, but we still need to go through a regulatory process. So my suggestion is on all 3 that we just vote to extend through the calendar year as originally suggested. We'll take up those votes individually, and then we can, what I would ask my fellow commissioners is maybe you can put in writing and submit to the executive director any sort of specific questions that you'd like to have answered about any of these that you're any additional information you'd like. Now we can also do, as Commissioner Stebbins said, maybe we can bring, some groups in and we can listen, but I think that this is one of those things that I think if we can answer some questions, this might be in the easier to do than not easier to do. But I think that people still have questions. So if you could get maybe those questions to, the executive director, maybe by the end of the month,
Sure.
That'd be helpful. Does that help? That's fine. Okay. All right. So I will then entertain 3 individual motions. I will entertain a motion to extend the telehealth extension to the end of the calendar year 2023, New Year's Eve 2023. I will entertain that motion. Commissioner Stebbins.
On the proviso that we are not sitting here on New Year's Eve extending it again, but yes, I make that motion. I want to be your New Year's Eve.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I will commit to you that I will not be here on New Year's Eve, okay?
Christmas Day.
Yeah, or Christmas. No, but that's what I'm saying. By the end of the month, please get whatever pieces of information you think are important for you to make. I could vote today on all 3. You know what I mean? I could, you know what I mean? But we still have to get this done. So this is going to get done. Okay, so moved, seconded. Any questions, additional comments? Hearing none, I will go to a roll call. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
O'Brien votes yes. That is 5 in favor, 0 opposed, to extend the telehealth extension through the end of the year, subject to regulatory review this summer. Second, again, I'll entertain a motion to extend curbside pickup operations through the end of December 2023. Commissioner Concepcion, will you make that motion?
Can
Oh, sorry.
we add a proviso to that we can bring that back at any point prior to December 31st?
I don't know, do we need to add that language?
I don't think you're excluded from.
Yeah, I don't think we're excluded from it.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, I think that we're here, we're on TV, we're, you know what I mean? I mean, I think that we're all, and you trust me.
I do.
Yeah, okay, all right. I was very, I was very flip with Commissioner Camargo's time when she was away during December. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that again when we.
I like the gesture and
Yeah,
everything.
I know
the eye thing, the eye
It wasn't a question, you trouble.
It's like a meet the parents. meeting.
I don't know, I know. So anyway, if you
Circle of
want
trust.
that language in there, but again, according to our executive director, he thinks that we have the option to bring it up. But again,
I think we're.
any questions here? I think that there is a relative consensus here, but we need to do the regulatory process.
When you say bring it up, that means say public safety became an issue. So as a commission, we can discontinue it at any time?
Next month.
Okay,
You
Okay.
can move to rescind it.
We're just not screwing up your
Again,
4th
they
of
can't.
July. Okay, so I mean.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's giving us time, but if at any point in time, we have had enough information, I mean, again, I could vote on this today. So, but I will, so again, Commissioner Concepcion, will you move that? Because I'm not sure you did. Will you move?
I'll move it, yes.
That extension?
So-
Okay. Commissioner Camargo, will you second that motion to extend the curbside pickup through the end of the year?
Second.
She's dying. Okay, I thought I heard second. Okay. Hearing it moved and
Sorry.
seconded. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Mr. Roy,
aye.
Mr. Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, 0 opposed to extend that through the end of the year with the proviso that we can stop it at any time. Even call a special meeting to stop it if you'd like, Commissioner Stebbins, if you feel strongly enough about it.
Stop short of that.
All right, I shouldn't joke because there are businesses out there who, I want to, but I think that this conversation, letting folks know kind of where we are, I think is also a good message to send. And then finally, again, I'll entertain a motion to extend the virtual community outreach meeting extension through the end of the year, again, pending regulatory reform process. I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Stebbins, will you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second,
So moved and seconded to extend the virtual community outreach meeting through the end of the year pending ongoing regulatory review. No questions or comments. I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
O'Brien votes aye. That is 5 in favor, none opposed. New business not anticipated at time of posting. Anything anybody wants to add? I guess not. Next meeting date,
March 9th.
right? Everything is,
Yep, right there, March 9th.
I've lost everything today. I've lost my IDs. Okay. So the next meeting date will be March 9th, 2023. It will be a public meeting. It will also be remote via Teams. And we are still in conversations as to the sort of fully public nature of these meetings, but we are moving towards that, and we will be publicizing that when we come to a resolution of that. Again, if there's no further comment or questions, I will seek a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Roy,
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Second.
any questions or comments? Hearing none, the motion to adjourn vote will take place. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The meeting is officially adjourned and sending Commissioner Camargo, you're sending a little tired, go take a
Oh,
nap.
man.
We know you're not
Thank you.
feeling
Yeah,
well.
thank you so much, and I appreciate the virtual, so that I could be here today, so thank you so much.
Yeah,
It's
well,
such a
thank you
pleasure.
for not coming today, so we all have a nice weekend, so.
Feel
thank-
better.
Feel better.
Feel better.
Feel better.
Thank you, thank you,
All
thank you.
right, take it easy. All right, mission accomplished, meeting adjourned.